The time is, good morning, everybody. The time is 8:32. It's good to see everybody, and I hope you're enjoying the heat. Can we do a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Sajid Rajapal.
Present.
Commissioner Lori Hine. Present. Commissioner Nora Castaneda. Here. Commissioner Gary Wesson.
Here.
Commissioner Ray Callis. Commissioner Vice Chair Tom Butler.
Here.
Chairman Ray Figueroa.
Here. We have a quorum. Okay, I need a motion to excuse the absence.
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, Dr. Weston, will you lead us in the invocation?
All right. Heavenly Father, as we gather here today to do your work for the state of Texas, help us to have the wisdom and calmness to review everything that's presented before us. Lord, we thank you for all the blessings you give us each and every day. Watch over all that have traveled here and on the travels home. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen. Okay, we're going to, commissioners, we're going to go to public comment. And I think, Christine, I have one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We're accepting public comments in writing and in person. Commissioners, we received two? One public comment. That's on. Comments for those who have been provided. If anyone wishing to address the commission on this matter that is not on the agenda, if you are here for a contested case or rule, we will call you up when you get to your item on the agenda. If you want to speak, please fill out a public comment form and turn it in to Christine. All right. First commentator will be Jacob Hupp. Jacob?
Yes.
Is that right? Hupp?
Yes, that is correct.
Outstanding.
Thank you guys so much for having me today. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, let me read this instruction to you, Mr. Hupp.
Okay.
real quick. Thank you for being here. Please say your name and who you represent. You'll have 3 minutes. Christine will keep time to speak. Please understand the commissioners are not allowed to ask questions or engage in discussion with you about anything that is not specifically on our agenda. Please also understand that commissioners cannot hear from any information about a pending case, complaint, or enforcement case because they may ultimately be a decision maker in that case. Do you understand, Mr. Hupp?
Yes.
Outstanding. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Dear Commissioners, my name is Jacob Huff, and I'm here today on behalf of the American Kennel Club. For nearly 140 years, the American Kennel Club has been dedicated to canine health and welfare. The AKC, along with our more than 300 clubs in Texas, are here to raise concerns related to compliance, enforcement, and administration of the licensed breeder program as a result of the enactment of Senate Bill 876. AKC requests an opportunity to work with the Commission and the Licensed Breeder Advisory Committee to update existing regulations and to clarify who the law applies to. At this time, it is unclear how the law will be applied, and AKC is unable to appropriately educate dog breeders and owners in the state on who must comply with the law. Governor Abbott's senior staff in recent discussions with AKC indicated their belief the law should apply only to those that are actively breeding 5 intact female dogs. Additionally, the governor's staff indicated their belief that our concerns should be cleared up through the regulatory process. AKC agrees with the governor's staff that law should be interpreted to regulate those that actively breed 5 or more intact females per license year. AKC fears the new definition will be interpreted to regulate anyone that owns 5 intact female dogs, breeds 1 dog, and sells as few as 1 puppy. If the law is interpreted in this way, small-scale breeders will struggle to comply with the existing regulations that were intended to regulate commercial facilities. Additionally, AKC believes if the law is interpreted in this way, it will exponentially increase the cost of administering the licensed breeder program, and it will create significant enforcement issues for TDLR. Our experience has demonstrated that prospective puppy buyers are increasingly seeking to purchase dogs bred and socialized in a home environment. If our concerns are not addressed in regulation, consumer access to puppies bred in a home environment may be severely limited. Laws and regulations that target and alienate responsible small-scale breeders are not in the best interest of canine welfare or consumers. In closing, we urge the Commission and the Licensed Breeder Advisory Committee to work with AKC to ensure Texas breeders are given a fair opportunity to comply with the law so that consumers have continued access to healthy, well-bred puppies. AKC would additionally like to draw your attention to the Licensed Breeder Advisory Committee vacancy. We request that this vacancy be filled as soon as practical so that expert breeders are appropriately represented should there be new policy recommendations in the coming months. Thank you all for your considerations.
Mr. Huff, thank you. Thank you for your time and your effort.
Take care.
Appreciate it. All right, Commissioners, we're going to go to item D, which is executive session. and I'm gonna read this out. We will now go into executive session to consult with our attorney under section 551.071, section 1, and 551.071, section 2, and 551.74, Government Code. The time is 8:37. After the executive session, we'll take a break and come back here. I'm gonna give us, it's gonna be a little bit longer than most, so I apologize for that. We're gonna go ahead and say 50 minutes, so we'll say, 9, I get math here, 9:20, so we'll do I get math, and so if we're a little later, we'll try to wrap it up by then. And, pick up any items from executive session, and begin with contested cases. Or actually, no, we're gonna jump, just FYI, we're gonna jump to, our audit after executive session.
Here, can I suggest something? Can we go ahead and finish the agenda before we go into the executive session, or you prefer?
No, we need to be briefed by our council prior to that, so appreciate it, discussion. So, if you have any questions, we'll see you in a few. Thank you. The time is 10:19. Apologize for the delay. We're going to reconvene back in executive session after our last item on the agenda. So there's nothing to be done right now. No action needed. So I need approval of the minutes.
Make a motion that we approve the minutes.
There's a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. We're going to look at item O. We're going to jump to item O, Mike. Is that right? Internal audit?
Chairman.
Yes, sir. You go ahead.
Chairman, Commissioners, in the audience, we have Dr. Gola, who is the board chair for the veterinary and medical examiners, along with the executive director, Brittany Sharkey. And we're taking up agenda item O, which is the internal audit, is something that we want to present to the commissioners for consideration. Now that we have this temporary attachment that will be taking place beginning September 1, we've already started the paperwork on our side. If Dr. Golden, if you, Brittany, don't mind just coming up and you can probably say a few
Yeah,
words.
both of y'all, come on up.
But we've actually began to start working with the vet board already. We've entered it, they actually approved an MOU, memorandum of understanding with our agency. They approved it 2 weeks ago today at their meeting, and it's just a matter of me now signing it. And what'll happen is that for this next month, we will begin to start working with them directly. I have Hemant Macon, our deputy executive director, heading up that project. And the internal audit that we're looking at with Weaver is an extension of the contract that we have with Weaver right now. That'll begin September 1, and I will let you know that the funding for that will come out of the appropriations that we were allocated out of the session. So we have money that was appropriated to us for this temporary attachment in this next biennium. And so the money that we'll be using to extend the internal audit will come out of that funding. And Charles is here to be able to talk in depth about the internal audit and kind of what the contract is. But I did want Dr. Gola to come up and Brittany Sharkey, the executive director, to come up and be able to just kind of say a few words and introduce themselves to the commission, because this is a temporary attachment that we have for 4 years that I think I've been mentioning to you, talking about beginning September 1. That board will be an advisory board to this commission, and so they'll start working with us, and we're excited about working with them, and I hope that they would say the same for us. But I do want to just give them the opportunity to be able to say a few words.
Sure.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Mike, thank you. Chairman, thank you for having us today. Board members, we appreciate the time. This has been a process that's been building for quite some time, and honestly, there's been a lot of fear from our side of things, of just the unknown. And I will say, just right helping this process move forward. And we understand that we're in a rebuild process. The State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners has been a fence or a barrier, so to speak, for decades, that has functioned in a capacity to help provide the service that's needed by the public. But our fence needs mending. And I equate Mike and his team as the fence builders. They're going to help us identify which posts in that fence need to be replaced and rebuilt. And a good example of that will be our database system, which we've struggled with for a long time, and giving us the resources to try to identify what is the right tool for us, the right fence posts to put in place, so that we can then rebuild our agency back to be functional. And I think the thing that has given me the most peace of mind in that fear that exists is the fact that Mike and his team is helping us start with what's the end goal. Keep that in mind, and we're going to start with that we're not just going to come in and say, okay, the TDLR way is the way we're doing it. We're going to look at the way you're doing it now, the way that you need to be doing it in 4 years, so that we can get up on our feet and have that independent ability with your oversight. And so I think we've started off with a great first step, and I'm looking forward to all the resources. Meeting everybody in the room and the team today has been a bit overwhelming from the standpoint of, wow, we've got resources we've never had before. And I think that's the opportunity for us. And then to figure out how we're going to use those resources collectively, and then to be able to be continuous beyond our relationship will be the goal, and we're excited about it. So thank you very much.
Thanks. Commissioner, do you have any questions for the doctor?
You
Just want to say,
oversee all
welcome
your.
aboard.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. We're here to help
Welcome
in any way.
aboard.
I mean, that's why you're here. So what can we do to help? You let us know. We've
You'll
got a
keep us
great
posted.
team, yeah.
We do. By the way, I can always use a good horse doctor. You know that. right?
You know, I can't replace Bruce, so.
Bruce was the best. You know, you trained under Bruce, and when you're in my area, you're welcome to come by. And
I look forward to that.
I'm working cattle next weekend, so I'd love for your help on
Do your
that.
best.
Absolutely.
Well,
Make sure you
But,
send him a bill. This is
for sure that.
We're
But
good
we're
at that.
excited. You got the commissioners here are excited about it. The next 4 years, we're excited about what we can do to help. You've got an amazing team. Institutional knowledge spans decades, and so. But whatever we can do for you guys, let us know. I will be at the meeting. Got it on my calendar for your first meeting. Make sure your board is welcomed.
And I really appreciate that, because there's been some board members, I'm the new guy on the team. I've been here a little over a year in the,
So what is it that you do? I mean,
so I'm a mixed animal practitioner. I started 4 veterinary hospitals in Central Texas, Luling, Lockhart, Gonzales, and New Braunfels, and I currently reside in New Braunfels.
and your role is,
I'm a director of medical operations, so I oversee all the veterinarians in the company. We now have 85 clinics across the country. So I have a large capacity, but I still am a mixed animal practitioner. I'll work on anything they bring in the door.
but
So that's my
but,
expertise.
your involvement on this board.
Okay, on this board, so I'm the chairman of the board.
Mhm.
I was appointed in April of 2022 to the board, and then in 2023, the governor made me the chairman of the board.
All right, so your job is what, going down, trickling down to the vet offices or what? What is it that you
So
do?
our job is to oversee the complaints that come in about the veterinarians and adjudicate those. And then, of course, we're also in control of licensing for our professional, to the DVM license by the state of Texas.
So is that licensed how many hours?
The next 4 years will
Right.
be under. And then after 4 years, they'll be moving on.
Correct.
Right.
So you set up shop in the 4 cities that have great barbecue places.
Let's just say Lockhart is the barbecue capital of the world. Let's make no doubt about that. They do have the official title. There are some that would like to claim that, but
Why don't you wait till lunchtime before you make that comment?
if y'all would like to, the thing about
I
barbecue
noticed
is,
that right off the bat. Luling, Lockhart,
That's
even
it.
New Braunfels.
that's right. And I'm a beef cattle veterinarian, so it all
There you
fits.
go. There
Like I
you
said,
go.
Saturday, I'll be working cattle, let me know. All right, Commissioner, thank you. I know you gotta get back to your shop, you as well, so I want to apologize for the hold up, but thank you, welcome, and we're looking forward to working with you guys.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chairman, I can tell you that when I met with Brittany, just real quickly, she told me that at the end of this thing, what she wants to do is she wants her agency to be the best small Texas state agency. And she's seeking us to be able to get to that point. So just so you know, our end goal is for this agency, this board, to be the best small agency in the state of Texas.
You're the ED, Brittany?
I am, yes, sir.
Thanks. We'll do whatever we can, and thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you all very much.
All right, Charles?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Charles Johnson, this discussion is made my presentation last What we have today for you is a request. As you recall, a year or so ago, we approved the internal audit services with Weaver, and that contract is still in existence for the several years of options to renew. As a part of the facilitation, we are bringing before you a request to amend that contract to increase the amount from the current $68,000 annually to $158,000, to incorporate the $90,000 that's been appropriated to the agency to facilitate the partnership with the vet board. And so the only provision in that contract that will change is the contract amount. The balance of the contract will remain in place, and all the other provisions will apply. So we ask you to authorize the executive director to.
Thank you, Mike.
Can I hear? I can hear myself now. The request is to authorize the executive director to sign the contract amendment to increase that contract amount to facilitate the internal audit of the vet board.
Okay. Any questions for Charles?
Yes, sir.
So the existing contract is 68,000,
Yes, sir.
and with the addition, it's about an additional 90,000 to a total of 158, assume,
Yes,
plus or minus.
Yes, sir.
So does the contract allow for that, that addition, or,
The contract provides for the Weaver to perform internal audits of the agency. And the first contract was for, the anticipated value of those services was $68,000. There was no cap on the contract amount. And so this is kind of consistent with the overall objective, which is to perform internal audit services. The vet board is now, as of September 1st, will be considered as any other program under the agency, and would fall within the authority of that internal audit contract.
So the 90,000, how was it appropriated by the legislature, or how did
Yes,
we
sir.
come up with the number?
The 90,000, as I understand, was an appropriation from the legislature as a part of the attachment of the vet board to the agency.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I'll take a motion.
I make a motion that we adopt the additional fees for the audit, of the bringing on the veterinarians board to $158,000.
158,000.
Second?
I
Second.
second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. You're funded. Congratulations.
And Mr. Chairman, for the record, Luland is the barbecue capital of Texas.
I say Seguin, Seguin.
You had to start this, Thomas. See? You see what you said?
All meeting? Thank you.
Thank you,
Charles.
Commissioners.
I've just never been to Truth Barbecue.
Please refer all comments on barbecue to Mr. Butler, Commissioner Butler, directly. All right, let's go back. We're gonna pause back to the contested cases. And we have some here, is that right? Ms. Buckhalter, you here? Okay. Quintero, is it Quintero here? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna read some instructions real quick and then.
I've never met her before personally, so I just wanted to say hi.
Okay, just make sure you have a seat and make sure you address all comments to the commissioners if you don't mind. Thank you, sir. No, you're good, you're good. We'll hear from the prosecutor first, then we'll hear from you. If you have any opportunity, you'll have an opportunity to speak. Make sure you speak clearly, say your name and who you represent. Each side will have 5 minutes to speak. We'll do a 3-minute follow-up if needed. Please understand the commission can only consider information that is in the record from when the case was heard at SOA. You must limit your comments to those matters that were presented. You want to give him one of these, Mike?
I don't need a mic, I'm good.
Thank you, sir. So you must limit your comments to those matters that were presented at the SOA hearing. Do you understand, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay, excellent.
Chairman, if I may, Doug Jennings, General Counsel. I do believe we have a request for a continuance from the respondent.
Okay.
And I would suggest we dispose of that before proceeding to the presentation of the case.
Is that right?
I'm okay with proceeding with the case now.
You don't want a continuance?
No, sir.
Retracted, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Go ahead, Ms. Bacall.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rebecca Burkhalter. I'm a prosecutor with the Enforcement Division. We recommend you accept the Administrative Law Judge's proposal for decision and impose administrative fines against Respondent Raul Manuel Quintero Jr. for 2 counts of unlicensed practice of massage therapy at $5,000 apiece for a total penalty of $10,000. The department presented evidence Respondent was engaged in the practice of massage therapy and not, as Respondent asserted, merely acupressure or reflexology. The department's case included testimony of 2 customers, both of whom had received full-body massage therapy services from Respondent, testimony from a department investigator, and testimony from the department's massage program specialist, Jerry Gonzalez.
Objection, Your Honor.
No.
Okay.
So you take your turn, just take your turn.
The testimony of the 2 customers established Respondent was engaged in full-body manipulation of soft tissue with lotion, and department specialist explained the difference between acupressure and reflexology and massage. The specialist also explained that licensure requirements for a massage therapist include 500 hours of training and an exam. Further, there are required client consultation documents and required draping for the customer's modesty that licensed professionals use to ensure the customer and the licensee both understand the boundaries of professionalism. Respondent said during the hearing he was self-taught and very professional. The testimony of the 2 customers, unfortunately, said otherwise. The first customer, a male, explained Respondent's massages were as advertised, and he had located Respondent's services on Craigslist by searching for massage. The customer explained he gets regular weekly massages, and respondent services did not differ from massages he had received in the past, including rubbing parts of the customer's body that were sore. However, respondent was different in that respondent offered to dress the customer after the session and walk the customer to his car. The second customer, a female, was referred to respondent for services by the first customer. The customer testified they filed the complaint with the department because she was concerned about respondent's lack of professionalism and the impact it could have on a quieter or more passive individual. The second customer described that respondent repeatedly discussed getting naked and that she had to continually set boundaries with respondent during the massage. Specifically, the customer testified that respondent made her incredibly uncomfortable because he offered a chest massage and he removed the customer's towel draping without her consent, exposing the customer's underwear. Respondent also discussed happy endings and suggested clients sometimes become aroused during massages. This behavior is not appropriate for a licensed massage therapist. However, respondent on this case is not licensed. If respondent had been trained to conduct massage therapy, the training could have prevented respondent's behavior with these customers. The department also presented evidence respondent had received a prior warning letter in 2019 from the department notifying him his activity required a massage license. Further, the department presented evidence that alongside the department's proposed fine, the department had issued a cease and desist order against respondent prohibiting him from engaging in unlicensed massage therapy. During the hearing, respondent admitted he continued to provide his services even after receiving the cease and desist order because respondent alleged he was not providing massage therapy. The administrative law judge found for respondent's testimony his services were not massage, quote, fundamentally not credible. The ALJ noted respondent, quote, refuses to avoid, mitigate, or correct his misconduct, and that respondent's, quote, complete disregard for statutory licensing requirements for massage therapists is serious and intentional. Therefore, the department requests the commission uphold the proposal for decision and impose the fine recommended by the administrative law judge for 2 counts of unlicensed massage therapy for a total fine of $10,000.
Are there any questions for Ms. Bogle?
Is he still operating?
You would have to ask him that.
Okay, let's hold on. Yes, Ms. Hunt, Commissioner Hunt.
So in the report, where is the differentiation between the reflexology and massage therapy and the acupressure?
There's a lot of discussion about that in the proposal for decision itself. Our specialist testified a lot about how manipulation of soft tissue with lotion is massage, not acupressure, which is just pressure points on the body.
Right, so acupressure would be the entire body though.
That's not the services that respondent was providing in this case.
Not acupressure?
That's right. The judge determined that he was calling it acupressure, but this was not acupressure. He was actually providing massage therapy.
But who's determining, how did the judge determine that?
Based on the testimony of our department specialist.
And who is your department specialist? Is that Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, Jerry Gonzalez, that's right.
Okay. And what are his credentials?
I'm not sure. I believe that was part of the case, but
Yeah, I looked, I didn't see that he was a massage therapist himself, or,
he's been with the department for a long time. He's been handling the massage therapy program for a long time. And that was part of the proposal, part of the case discussion was whether or not this was reflexology or massage.
right. I read in part of it where they thought reflexology and acupressure were similar because they only involve the hands and feet. Was that correct, that I saw that, I think? And I don't think that's correct because acupressure actually involves the whole body. And so you might be instructed to undrape or to unclothe and then drape.
I mean, that is exactly what this case is about, Commissioner, whether or not he was practicing reflexology, which may not be massage and not require licensure, or whether or not the respondent required a license. And the judge found respondent requires a license for the activity that he was doing on this case.
But acupressure and massage therapy they're very similar.
They
correct?
overlap.
Yes, ma'am, they do.
So that was my question, just how did they determine, that it was massage and not acupressure?
The judge listened to the testimony of the two customers and determined that respondent was engaged in unlicensed massage therapy.
Okay, thank you.
With the judge knowing what the criteria is, or just from the comments?
No, the judge examined the statute, the rules, the testimony of a department investigator, and the testimony of a department specialist.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Doug Jennings, General Counsel. We have received a message from Mr. Gonzalez, just to clarify, answer some of your questions, Commissioner High. He says he has approximately 33 years of practice within the massage profession as an inspector, investigator, and program director. Thank you.
Okay, and I guess I would ask him then, does he also know about acupressure?
Awaiting a response. Was that part of the record?
Yes,
Ms.
it was,
Burkhalter?
and-
Okay, thank you. Acupressure is, and he states, acupressure is pressing and holding a pressure point, not manipulating soft tissue.
Right.
Commissioner, you're a nurse, is that correct?
Well, I've just been doing some reading. It looks like there's something called acupressure massage as well. And so I noticed in the report, though, I believe that he referred to acupressure as only being hands and feet.
I cannot recall all of Specialist
I'll have to
Gonzalez's
look through.
testimony, but this is the crux of the case, Commissioner, is whether or not respondent is engaged in manipulation of soft tissue, which is massage therapy, or something else. And the administrative law judge found definitively he is engaged in an unlicensed massage therapy.
Any other questions? All right, Ms. Quintero? You
Buenos
understand.
días.
Please keep your comments to the SOA hearing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I appreciate you. Okay. What was admitted into evidence but not addressed as part of the findings is, let's see here, Article 12.02 for misdemeanors. A complaint or any information for a misdemeanor, a Class C misdemeanor, because she said it was the lowest part, because I could go to jail for something that I had done, is what the judge admitted to. A misdemeanor must be presented within 2 years from the date of the commission of the offense and not afterward. The word presented is defined by information that is considered presented when it is filed by the proper officer in the proper court. There was a 2-year gap from that time that happened. The complainant filing with TDLR is not the proper court. The proper court is SOA. So Rebecca filed with SOA 2 years after the date of the offense. She is the proper officer. The proper officer is not the complainant. So there's a statute of limitations.
Ms.
that-
Buckhalter, just make sure you.
I'm sorry. Yes, we had been on a first name basis this whole time. Is that okay that I call you Rebecca?
It's just to me.
Okay.
so just Ms.
I apologize. Is it okay if I call her Rebecca?
No, I think
Okay.
keep it Ms.
All right, I
Buckhalter.
apologize.
Thank you. So continue on.
So, there's a 2-year statute of limitations at the state level and at the federal level, which supersedes state level. Does anyone here know what the 7th Amendment of the United States Constitution is?
Go ahead and tell us.
Can I get an answer from the commissioner, sir?
We're not going to play this game,
Okay.
sir.
You don't need to
I apologize. I'm new to this for my first time. The 7th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States states that where there is a $20 value or greater, that I should be allowed a trial by jury of my peers.
Mr. Jennings, can you handle this?
Happy to weigh in. Yes, Commissioner. Doug Jennings, General Counsel. This is a specious argument. We had full regulatory authority over this complaint and subsequent investigation. Taking it to SOA, we followed every protocol under state law. And also, a little research will tell you that 7th Amendment doesn't guarantee you a trial by jury necessarily in administrative matters. This is an administrative regulatory matter, and it is before the proper tribunal at this point in the process.
Okay. Continue with the comments.
Okay, so that is the 2-year statute of limitations. There was 3 initial indictments. One was with Robert Nino, which was dropped and not recommended that I be charged with that, which was the initial phone conversation that he scheduled a massage appointment, and I explained to him on the phone that it is acupressure, reflexology, and stretching, which in the court case, nothing was talked about stretching, nothing was talked about reflexology, nothing was talked about acupressure. Acupressure is a practice that is practiced in Canada. It's a licensed practice in Canada. It's not a licensed practice here in the States. In the 12 years that I've been doing this is the one and only complaint that I've ever had with the TDOR. I stay extremely professional. I do offer folks to dress them. If they want to be dressed, I recognize people as a human being. I do this on a holistic base. I know that in the complaint, Ms.
Burkhalter.
No, not Burkhalter. What's her name? Veronica, the complainant. She said that I never touched her inappropriately. At any point given time, she had the free will to get up and leave at any point in time. This is the only complaint I've ever had, so there has to be some kind of credibility to why is there only one complaint. I do feel that she was aroused during the session. That's why I commonly, humanly complain that we're all here talking and looking and talking to each other because somebody was aroused. It's a natural thing. So aside from that, I explained to her, hey, it's cool, just chill out. She said I never touched her inappropriately in her statement from herself. That's what she said. So there were 3 indictments. One was dropped with Robert Nino, the investigator. 2 were with Victoria, and 1 with the investigator. The one with the investigator was dropped. However, I was also charged with 1, which was not an indictment for what I should have been charged for. So this case was handled inappropriately. There's all kinds of the statute of limitations, the additional charge that I wasn't supposed to be up for. I had a written letter that was allowed into evidence from the only licensed massage therapist. His first time he came, he says here, I'm a returning client of Mr. Raul Quintero and have been for over 2 years. I learned of his service with a client of mine that had told me that Mr. Quintero was available and he was out of town and would accommodate me with a reflexology session. As I offer massage therapy plus reflexology, I retained my client. The way they spoke of his service had me interested in receiving a session. I made an appointment and arrived for my first session. This session included reflexology and stretching. I purposefully did not tell Mr. Quintero that I was a licensed massage therapist when I arrived. I did when my session was over. Mr. Quintero asked me various questions about my qualifications and experience as a massage therapist. After this interview, he asked me if he could refer clients who wanted a massage to me. I happily accept and still accept his referral clients. Mr. Quintero has never represented himself as a massage therapist. This is Jacob Rea, license number MT015749, licensed massage therapist. He is the only one that has testified that has a license in the whole training people that were there, and everybody was on the phone. Nobody was licensed or had any kind of professional training in what I provide. I did have all these exhibits to show acupressure points throughout the whole body, and there's 12 meridians which you follow. And I don't believe in massage therapy. To me, massage, everybody goes, it doesn't work. I still have the same pain. I don't believe in that. I'm more of Chinese, Eastern technique of massage therapy. So it's not like that at all. People tell me it's so much different. I feel so much better, yada, yada, yada. It's more of a holistic kind of thing. And there's no physical proof. There was nothing of all the claims that were made. There was no proof. It was just he said, she said. I robbed the bank, and I say no. She says I robbed the bank, and no, I didn't. That's what I say. There's the evidence. She said, I said, and how do you decipher what is true and what is not? There was only 2 people in the room. One was a witness, and I was charged for that, not indicted for to begin with originally.
I thought you said somebody dropped her complaint.
No, she didn't drop her complaint. The first complaint with what Rebecca was charging me for was with Robert Nino making a massage appointment. That one was dropped. There was 3 initial charges, yes.
Okay. Is there anything else? You're good?
I'm good for now.
Okay. Any questions, Commissioners? Yes.
I just have one more. On page 12 of the PDF from Ms. Burkhalter, could you look over that last paragraph under D, testimony of Mr. Gonzalez? And this is where I had the question about, it says, Mr. Gonzalez stated that while reflexology and acupuncture are exempt from licensing, they only involve hands and feet, not the client's entire body. So there's some confusion in that, I think.
Mr. Chairman, we do have Jerry Gonzalez with us that can answer those
Okay.
questions.
Good morning, Commission. My name is,
Okay, just a second, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you want to answer her question before?
Can I have a rebuttal to what Mr. Quintero said?
Sure.
He said there had never been a complaint before, but there was a prior warning letter, which means there was a prior complaint. It is valid that the judge did not uphold all three charges that I went forward with, but the judge upheld two. Mr. Gonzalez is here. He's welcome to explain what acupressure and reflexology are, but he did so within this case.
And specifically, this paragraph, I'd just like for him to elaborate on that, the last part. That's on page 12.
All right, state your name, Mr. Gonzalez.
yes, good morning, Commission. My name is Jerry Gonzalez, and I'm with the Program Specialist for the Regulatory Program Management Division. This last paragraph and the way you wrote it, I think the judge lumped everything together. What we were talking about was the difference between reflexology, acupressure, and acupuncture. Acupressure and acupuncture are very similar without the needle for the acupuncture, and basically it's pressure points, holding, releasing, and it goes. And the pressure points, as you mentioned, are throughout the body. It's not just hands and feet. The reflexology here in the state of Texas is only hands and feet. Some states recognize the ear as a pressure point for reflexology, but in the state of Texas, it's just hands and feet. What this boils down to, again, is acupressure is not the same as manipulation of soft body tissue for the whole body. Holding and pressing is one thing, as I mentioned, like the acupuncture, but not massaging the rest of your body. And massage is both a title protection and a practice act. So even though you don't use the title of massage therapist, if you're actually practicing massage therapy, manipulation of soft body tissue, it's considered within the statute or under the laws of massage therapy.
Thank you.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
your license is what?
There's not a license required for what I do. There's no license for stretching, there's no license for acupressure, there's no license for reflexology.
So what
And-
is your name, your title?
Body Escape 911. For this gentleman to say, I think the judge summed everything up together should be taken out of that, because we kind of assume what the judge is implying. And as far as me personally ever being charged before, I have never personally been charged before for working with the client.
What was your claim that there was a claim against him?
Another
a complaint?
charge, yeah.
The prior warning letter was admitted in the case.
That was the one on September 12th.
It was,
22.
it was from 2019. The prior warning letter said, we believe your behavior is licensed massage therapy, and we need you to get a license for this.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Mr. Quintero, you mentioned earlier that you thought your client was aroused. Why does that have any bearing?
To make people feel comfortable, to say it's a normal experience, you're putting your hands on someone's body, you get aroused, it's a natural occurrence.
But she didn't tell you that? You just sensed it?
Well, she was kind of moaning and moving around and things like that, you know, I mean, we can understand, we're all adults, we understand that happens. When you make human contact with somebody, things happen. She said, I never touch her inappropriately. So I just noticed that, and you don't.
Did you ask her if she wanted you to, or?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't do something like that. She said I never touched her inappropriately.
I'm not
So
asking that. I'm saying
she didn't file a complaint with the police department. She went to the TDLR.
Sure.
There's some stature to that
But
alone in
there's
itself.
some reference here that, about a happy ending, and then you
Yes.
mentioned the sexual arousal.
I told her that doesn't happen here, is what I explained to her. And she says, I understand, blah, blah, blah. She gave me a tip after the session was over. So how, I've never experienced giving anybody a tip when you were dissatisfied and you felt so harmed from the service that was at place.
So how did it come up then, the happy ending? Why would you have to explain to her that you don't do that?
Because we can all take initiative. We don't have to be told what to do. We can see how somebody feels. We don't have to be told. 90% of what you say doesn't come out of your mouth. It comes out of your body and your experiences. I know that I'm upset with you. or you know I'm upset with you by the way I act. I don't have to tell you that I'm upset with you.
So you sensed it and said, I don't do what you're thinking here.
No, I said for her emotions to be, they were totally normal. She mentioned the happy ending part. She says, I'm not looking for happy ending. I said, your emotions that you felt through the session were perfectly normal.
Okay.
And she came recommended from a male client. So there is some professionalism to that as well, to be a recommended client. And when I had mentioned to your note was that there was never another complaint other than the complainant in my 12 years of experience that I've been doing this.
All right, any other questions?
So, I mean, is the question coming down to, like with Commissioner Hyde, you know, in Texas, it can only be done on hands and feet?
For reflexology,
For
yes, sir.
reflexology.
Yes, sir.
But not
And you
acupressure.
trained in
Acupressure is
Canada,
full
Mr.
body.
Hang on a second, hang on.
You trained in Canada, and it was an all-body type reflexology.
Correct.
But yet here in Texas, you can't do that.
No, that's reflexology. Acupressure is something different.
Again, Jerry Gonzalez, as we explained earlier, but acupressure is just holding and pressing down on a pressure point
Right.
and releasing,
Right.
not massaging the soft tissue around that point,
Right.
which again is the
Right.
definition of massage.
Exactly.
That brings it back into the fold, requiring a license.
There's over 375 pressure points. When you follow the 12 meridians, and which are the 12 largest organs of your body, you follow those pressure points through the body. There's more, like you would not even know how many pressure points you have. There's all over your hands, your feet, your arms, and every time you touch them, you're following those lines of the pressure points. The whole body's connected.
And that's in one session, you're doing all that?
Absolutely.
Where
Is
you
there-
at?
Mr. Quintero, is there a reason you don't want to get licensed as a massage?
I don't believe in massage.
But it would cover everything that you do at that point, would it not?
I offered for the judge, I offered for Rebecca to come in for a session so they could experience it for themselves as opposed to hearsay. I have goosebumps on my body saying that I feel people as people. I call everybody by their first name, like Mr. Chairman Figueroa had said to begin with, to correct me. I don't say the word yes in my vocabulary. I don't say the word no in my
Yes, sir.
vocabulary.
Your personal feelings aside, though, could you understand why the state requires a regulatory scheme to protect your clients?
I guarantee
Can you
you,
understand that?
I guarantee you I will beat any massage therapist you got, and
I
people
understand
always
that.
tell
I
me that
understand.
it's not massage what I
In
do.
your mind, can you understand why the state is trying to protect the most innocent of Texans that are walking into your studio or whatever it's called? Can you understand why there may be a scheme in place?
No,
Okay, okay.
It's good answer.
Do you believe you're doing massage?
absolutely not. No way.
So how would you characterize it when you do your acupressure?
The way my ad is, acupressure, reflexology, and stretching, I don't advertise for massage therapy.
But when you do the actual acupressure, how do you do it?
I follow the 12 meridians, and they say that there could be more than 400 pressure points, but there's about 365 pressure points.
Pressing,
But the
how
actual
do you do
pressing
it?
that you're doing you're following along the back, the arms, like you're just following all the pressure points that are involved throughout the body, the
So you're going
face.
from one pressure point to the other.
Yes, you're following that channel so that
Can you see
you
where maybe
can,
the state would call that massage? You might not, but the state would.
well, the client did,
I
not the
understand,
state.
but you see how the state might call that massage, even though Mr. Quintero does not.
There's no evidence to the
I'm
state.
just asking you, do you see how the state could consider that massage when you move from one point to the other across soft tissue?
When you're following 12 meridians in acupressure, what training have you had in acupressure?
I understand. I'm just asking the question.
Do you see how I can conflict with the state when you don't know what we're talking
Yes, sir, I can
about?
see how you could conflict with pretty much anything.
Like, I mean, there was not a licensed person.
Yes,
He's
sir.
never practiced license. He never studied it.
Yes, sir, I understand.
How can you say that? It's not a Western
I understand.
technique.
I understand.
Okay, any other comments? Mr. Butler?
Yes, sir.
sir.
I recommend that we adopt the PDF as recommended. I would make a motion that we cut in half the fine from 10,000 to 5,000. And that's my motion, Mr.
Is
Chair.
there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion on it? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Nay? Let's do a roll call. Christine, go ahead.
Vice Chair Tom Butler,
Aye.
Commissioner Nora Castaneda. Nay.
Dr. Gary Wesson?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori Hine? Nay. Commissioner Steve Ruffin?
What did you say, Sujit?
No.
Okay, no.
Senator Figueroa?
Yes. So we pushed it, basically. All right, that motion dies. Any other motions? Commissioner
Can
Hine?
you help us with the motion?
She's looking for help, Ms. Jennings.
Right now on the table is adopting the PFD as written. You could also opt to change the sanction, for example, I'm not sure what the disagreement was about, so it may involve the amount. There are also alternatives, such as
How about the warning?
a warning is reducing the administrative penalty to a warning is an option. And so it sounds to me like, well, since there is no license, we can't do things like we want to do sometimes like a probated suspension.
Mm-hmm.
So really here, we're talking about what sanction you want to apply. And it just seems like maybe further discussion amongst the members is needed as to what you feel is appropriate.
I move that we change it to a warning, change the PDF, or reject the PDF, and make the motion just a warning to Mr. Quintero.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, so there you go. Thank you so much. All right, is Mr. Tarver here, Christine? Okay, then we're looking for Jessica Tarver.
We can discuss that.
They'll follow up, staff will follow up with you.
Appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
All right. Jessica, good to see you.
First name basis, I guess.
Go ahead.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Hurtado, and I'm a prosecutor in the Enforcement Division. The ALJ recommends that you deny Andrew Tarver's application to renew his consent tow operator license, and you revoke that license based on his criminal history. I ask that you adopt the PFD as written. In 2013, respondent was convicted of conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute and distribution of methamphetamine and was sentenced to 3 years in federal prison. In that same year, the respondent was also convicted of burglary of a habitation and sentenced to 3 years in prison. Then, in 2016, respondent was convicted of driving while intoxicated, a misdemeanor. In 2018, despite this criminal history, the department took a chance on Mr. Tarver and issued him a consent tow operator license, which he renewed through 2021. In 2021, respondent was again convicted of driving while intoxicated and was sentenced to 45 days in jail. While the respondent testified that he underwent rehabilitation in 2018 after his first DWI conviction, he admitted he did not participate in any rehabilitation efforts after his second DWI conviction in 2021. Respondent testified he continues to drink alcohol but no longer drinks to excess. He also testified he does not drink at work and that his latest conviction was merely a mistake. The ALJ found that the respondent's drug, burglary, and DWI offenses were all guideline crimes that are directly related to the duties and responsibilities of a tow truck operator. Further, the ALJ notes that only 2 years have passed since the respondent's most recent DWI offense, and that the respondent's past criminal history negates respondent's argument that his most recent offense was simply a mistake. Instead, the ALJ found that the respondent's criminal history demonstrates a continuing struggle to abide by the law. Additionally, while respondent did participate in rehabilitation in 2018, those efforts predate his most recent driving while intoxicated offense, after which he did not participate in any rehabilitation efforts. Finally, the ALJ found that the respondent presented no evidence such as letters of recommendation to support his present fitness for licensure. After considering the factors in Chapter 53, the ALJ concludes on balance that the respondent is not presently fit to hold a license. Therefore, the ALJ recommends you deny Mr. Tarver's renewal application and revoke his consent tow operator license. I ask that you adopt the PFD as written, and I'm available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurtado. Any questions?
So he is the owner of the tow trucking business? Or is he an employee?
He is employed by a business. That's right.
So the business has no problem with the DUIs or DWIs?
There is no evidence in the record as to what his employer's position is.
But he remains employed?
I don't know if his employer's aware of his offense.
Sounds to me like he has a problem. Does he personally address it? I mean, it sounds like, we're just throwing him to the curb. Like, it sounds like he needs help. I'm just saying.
I don't think she can stipulate what he's feeling or what's going on.
I guess it was a statement, not a question. It's a statement. It just seems like, somebody can't keep doing DUIs or DWIs without having some kind of issue, some problem. So just a statement. Seems like the man needs some type of outside help.
Any other questions? All right, I'll take a motion.
Chair, so move to adopt the recommendations.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Tarver. Going to item 3, under G, which is Ephraim Guadarama, right? Did I say that right?
Guadarama, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Commissioners, my name is Jessica Hurtado, Enforcement Division. The ALJ recommends that you deny Ephraim Guadarama Jr.'s application to renew his apprentice electrician license and revoke that license based on his criminal history. I ask that you adopt the PFD as written. Respondent has been licensed as an apprentice electrician since 2005. In 2019, the respondent got into an argument with his employer after that employer asked to speak with the respondent regarding his recent attendance and productivity issues. According to the employer, the respondent became angry and escalated their argument into a physical assault. Respondent pushed the employer to the floor and then used an 11-inch flathead screwdriver as a weapon and attempted to stab his employer in the stomach area. When a third party entered the office, the employer asked her to call the police. The respondent then fled the scene in the company's van. Police at the scene observed a 2-inch gash on the employer's right hand and a smaller wound on his left hand, consistent with defensive injuries. The respondent was 50 years old at the time that the assault occurred. As a result of this incident in 2021, the respondent pled guilty to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, a felony. The court deferred adjudicating the respondent and placed him on community supervision for 4 years. Respondent testified at the hearing that he does not cause trouble at work. Respondent admitted that he and the victim got angry with each other and quarreled, but did not believe this was justification for taking away his livelihood. At the hearing, the respondent denied using the screwdriver to stab at the employer. However, he pled guilty in court to using a screwdriver as a deadly weapon. Applying the Chapter 53 factors, the ALJ found that the respondent's offense was a serious felony that directly implicates public safety. Continued licensure as an electrician would tend to place the respondent in similar circumstances where disputes may arise with coworkers, supervisors, or customers, and provide an opportunity for the respondent to commit a similar offense in the future. The ALJ notes that while this was a one-time incident, given the age of the respondent, this was not a mere act of youthful indiscretion. Additionally, less than 4 years have passed since the offense occurred, and only 16 months have passed since respondent was placed on deferred adjudication. Finally, the respondent offered no evidence to support his rehabilitative efforts or any letters of recommendation. The ALJ also found the respondent's account of the incident was not persuasive, and that the respondent has yet to take responsibility for his actions or show that he has learned from this experience. For these reasons, the ALJ concludes that the respondent's deferred adjudication may be treated as a conviction for licensing purposes, and that respondent is not currently fit to hold a license. Therefore, the ALJ recommends that you deny the respondent's application to renew his electrician license and revoke that license. I ask that you adopt the PFD as written, and I'm available to answer your questions.
Any questions? Mr. Guadarama, is that right? Or Is he here, Mike?
I guess not. Are you here for a case? Which case are you here for?
G-A-U-N-A.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we were
Apologize,
told
sir.
that there was,
My apologies.
apologies.
Okay, so he's not. Any questions, Commissioners? Okay, I'll take a motion.
Chair, move to adopt the RFP, the recommendations.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Mr. Tato? Gauna. I apologize. Come on, go and have a seat. Gauna. Got it. Okay, I'm gonna read you some instructions, if you don't mind, and then I wanna make sure that we'll proceed from there. We'll hear from the prosecutor first, then you. We'll have an opportunity to speak. Speak clearly, state your name and who you represent. Each side will have 5 minutes to present and speak. There may be a 3-minute rebuttal. Please understand the commission can only hear and consider information that was in the record from the case heard at the SOA. You must limit your comments to those that were presented at the SOA hearing. You understand, Mr. Gunn?
I understand.
Good. Okay, Mr. Howard.
Jessica Hurtado, Enforcement Division. The ALJ recommends that you issue respondent a restricted residential appliance installer license. I filed exceptions in this case because the ALJ's conditions do not include in-person, on-site supervision of the respondent at each job site he is assigned to work at. In 2021, the respondent pled guilty to injury to a child, a first-degree felony, for an offense that occurred in 2016. The court placed him on deferred adjudication for a period of 10 years. As part of his court-ordered supervision, he is required to register as a sex offender for the first 5 years of his supervision. Respondent is also prohibited from having contact with minors or from being within 1,000 feet of any premises where children under the age of 17 gather. Respondent was 43 years old when the offense occurred. As a residential appliance installer, the respondent's scope of practice is limited to performing electrical work that necessarily brings the respondent into the vicinity of residential locations. Respondent testified he is currently employed by a pool company and works only outside of those residential locations. As part of the terms of a respondent's community supervision, respondent is prohibited from entering any residential location where he is working, and he must immediately leave a location if anyone under the age of 17 comes into his presence. While the respondent has made efforts to rehabilitate himself and has complied with the terms of his supervision, he has completed only 2 years of his 10-year sentence. The respondent will remain on supervision until 2031. A restricted license allows an individual whose license would otherwise be revoked to continue to work while imposing reasonable conditions on the restricted license holder. There are two types of conditions that can be imposed on a restricted license holder in order to protect the public safety. First, the conditions could limit the location of the license holder's practice. For example, a restricted license holder could be prohibited from working at any type of occupied residential location. Second, the conditions could require that another licensee be physically present with the restricted license holder at each job site in order to monitor the restricted license holder. These conditions must be balanced and based on what is feasible for the restricted license holder to comply with. In the respondent's case, because he works for a company performing pool maintenance for residential homes, it would not be feasible to prohibit him from working at residential locations. Therefore, the only condition left to impose on respondent is to require some level of supervision by another license holder. In this case, because respondent is regularly going to residential homes where minors may be present, the department believes that in-person, on-site supervision is necessary to protect the public. Without on-site supervision, the respondent will have minimal oversight to ensure respondent is complying with the other conditions recommended by the ALJ, such as prohibiting respondent from entering the interior of any occupied residence and requiring respondent to immediately leave a job site if he learns anyone under the age of 17 is present there. For these reasons, I ask you modify the PFD and in line with the exceptions I filed in this case to add a condition requiring on-site in-person supervision, and I'm available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Tato? Mr. Ghana? Go ahead. You understand keep it
Yes.
with the same, yes, sir.
Yes. My name is Gerardo Lagano. The conditions of supervision by the state, by the criminal justice system in Collin County, is over 50 conditions long. And with that, we also have to do annual polygraphs. And those polygraphs determine whether or not we are following those conditions. We fail those polygraphs, we get sanctions or even go to jail. So those things, in my mind, supersede some supervisor saying, hey, you know, make sure you're doing the things that you're doing. We're mandated by the state to make sure we're doing the things that we're doing or have consequences. Those things, when I first got this conviction and realized that I had to go, still had to be in residence and things of that nature, we went back to court. The female judge who oversaw the criminal court also amended my conditions to allow me to go only into backyards, not into the residence, and added these conditions about if a minor isn't present, you have to leave immediately. I've had maybe in 2.5 years, 5 interactions with children where they came out of working 5 days a week, 10 pulls a day. And we also have to disclose those meetings every week as part of our rehab, anything we have to do with that. So I've been doing this kind of work since 1997. Worked with all kinds of people, have no criminal history aside from this. And I've been following this plan for over 2.5 years now, because this started back in 21, and now it's August, but it's been 2.5 years now. Passed my polygraphs, plan to take more polygraphs for the next 7 years. And there's at least one minimum per year, but a probation officer can ask for as many as they want at any time. They feel like there's some violation.
Okay.
So, working unsupervised is not only, oh, we're gonna take your license, slap you on the wrist. That doesn't scare me as much. It's going to jail for a violation. Those things are keeping me in check. Taking care of my family is keeping me in check. So, that's why we have we don't have another licensed person to supervise me for what could be a 10-minute stop or a 30-minute stop.
Okay. Any questions?
I have. Is this your business? Or
No, it's
you're
not.
Okay, so your employer is aware of the whole situation?
Since day one.
So if I need my pool cleaned, am I told that you're coming and none of my kids can be around you, or how is that addressed?
I don't do cleaning maintenance. I do repairs.
Okay,
And we have told we tell our customers, my office lady, or our office lady, she tells them that we only talk to adults. We don't give any information to children. And because of the scope of the work and the hazards, we don't want children outside.
got it.
So we try to keep them away already.
Good.
COVID was really easy. It was, because I am a high-risk person. She's already told them, we don't want any children around because they carry everything. They get everyone sick.
Okay.
But even after that, we're still telling them, we don't talk to children. We don't knock on doors and give messages to kids. If we don't have an 18-year-old there or untethered access to the equipment, then we can't do the service. So they're working with me,
So the company only has you as a licensed?
repair technician. And we have several people who clean pools and treat pools and stuff like that.
Well, it seems to me that you're making an effort, you know, in
Yeah.
trying to get
Now,
this.
I've got letters from, aside from seeing our group every Tuesday, every single week, except when a holiday falls on Tuesday. I also see a private therapist at least twice a month.
Am I-
Sure, good night.
So was it an anger issue about the children?
No.
And Commissioner, I'm not sure that any of those details
So
are in
here-
the record.
That's right. It's a thing.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, Commissioners, I'll take a motion.
Chair, I move that we table the case and direct the department to work with the respondent to enter into a restricted license agreement.
I didn't hear, I'm sorry, I apologize. Say that again?
I want to table this and direct the department to work out a restricted licensing agreement with the respondent.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion on that motion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we'll table the motion. So the staff will get with you on what the next steps are, okay? Thank you.
Meantime, he can keep doing.
The staff will get with you. All right, Mr. Gutierrez, is he here? Is Mr. Gutierrez here? All right, Mr. Tata?
Thank you, Commissioners. Jessica Hurtado, Enforcement Division. The ALJ recommends that you deny Jaime Gutierrez's application for an apprentice electrician license. I ask that you adopt the PFD as written. The applicant previously held an apprentice electrician license from 2006 to 2010, and again from 2015 until it expired in 2018. Then, on May 31st, 2018, the applicant pled guilty to and was convicted of 2 counts of indecency with a child by sexual contact, a felony offense. He was sentenced to 6 years in prison and was released in August 2022. The applicant will remain on parole until May 2024. According to the police report, the victim's mother found a video of her 12-year-old daughter engaging in sexual contact with the applicant, and the phone also contained photographs showing the victim asleep in a stage of undress. The applicant was 36 years old at the time this offense occurred. The respondent testified to his rehabilitative efforts, including attending treatment on a weekly basis. He testified that he made a mistake and is asking for a second chance. The ALJ notes that the applicant's offense is a guideline crime that is directly related to the duties and responsibilities of a licensed electrician. The applicant's offense is a serious felony that implicates public safety because electricians may work in places and settings where members of the public, including minor children, could be present. Granting the applicant a license would create the risk or opportunity for a similar offense to occur again. In analyzing the Chapter 53 factors, the ALJ concludes that the offense occurred when the applicant was a grown adult and was not a mere act of youthful indiscretion. While the applicant has no other relevant criminal history, less than 5 years have passed since the applicant was convicted, and he has been out of prison for less than a year. Thus, sufficient time has not yet passed for the applicant to establish a record of good conduct. For these reasons, the ALJ concludes that the applicant is not currently fit to hold the license. Therefore, the ALJ recommends you deny Mr. Gutierrez's apprentice electrician license application. I ask that you adopt the PFD as written, and I'm available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tata. Any questions? All right, I'll take a motion.
I move we accept the PFD as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Tata.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, we're going to item H, motions for rehearing. Mr. Jennings? Is Ms. Zhang here? Or-
Thank you, Chairman. We received word from Ms. Zhang's counsel that he will not be able to attend today,
Okay.
just for your information.
Okay.
May I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Doug Jennings, General Counsel. We have on the docket today one motion for rehearing. The motion for rehearing that we have before us resulted from a default order in which the department assessed administrative penalties of $12,800 and revoked the respondent's massage establishment license and massage therapist license based on the respondent allegedly engaging in sexual contact with a client, failing to provide sufficient draping, and failing to provide consultation documents to clients. Just a couple of points of alleged error that the respondent raised. Number one, the respondent claims that she did not receive the notice, says notice of hearing or the complaint I construed that as meaning the NOAV, the Notice of Alleged Violation. The Notice of Alleged Violation was mailed via certified mail to 3 of the addresses of record for the respondent. And interestingly, for 2 of those, when you check the U.S. Postal Service, you will see that it is delivered to that address, and also the signature card shows Zhang. Someone had signed ZH, E, and G. If you care to inspect those documents, I have them, if you care to see it. So we do not have a doubt that the NOAVs were delivered, as evidenced by the signature card and the U.S. Postal Service status of delivered. The other argument, the respondent argued that constitutional due process requires the department to have been served by, requires the respondent to have been served by alternate means. That is not correct. Texas courts have found that mailing notice to addresses required to be provided to an agency is sufficient process, service of process, rather. Happy to answer any questions, but we would recommend that you deny this motion.
Any questions, Mr. Jennings? Take a motion?
I move to deny.
Yes, sir. Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to rules. Does anybody need a break?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll convene back. It is
11:25.
11:25. 11:30, we'll get back.
providing a little context and a little more information when we get the rules adopted, giving some more information to you. So hopefully today you're able to use the links to get to the materials. And so that's just kind of a first step. But we've seriously shrunk down a lot of the stuff that you get and focused on the more relevant documents that you get. And I want to recognize two ladies who made this happen. I kind of threw the idea out there after the conference, but they did it. They took the ball and ran with it. One is Christine Riff, and the other is Vanessa Vasquez, who is a manager for the legal assistants in our office. They did an incredible amount of work since March or April to make this work and format it for your, devices and all that kind of stuff. It's just incredible, and it makes me really happy that we accomplished that this spring. So, hope you enjoy it.
Great job. And for you, thank you. Thank you. For you non-old dog people like Tom Butler here, who's been around forever, this used to be our packet. Remember this, Tom? This used to be our packet, and now we are able to, at a touch of a finger, go to the position, look at the case, and so I cannot tell you how nice that is, right, Tom? Oh, yeah. It is amazing. So thank you, Stafford. Christine, thank you for doing that. Helps us move the cases along very well. All right, we're going to rules, correct, Mr. Jennings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Doug Jennings, General Counsel. Just wanted to fill you in. Normally we wouldn't have a non-general counsel person present rules to you. As you're aware, all rules go through general counsel. Ms. Escobar, Jessica Escobar here, our Chief of Staff, was formerly with the Office of General Counsel and served as a very able attorney there for many years before being elevated to the Chief of Staff position. She is intimately familiar with all three rule packets you'll see in I, J, and K. And just since this is non-standard, just wanted you to be aware that GC is fully behind these packages.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Escobar, good to see you.
Good to see you. I think it's still good morning, Chairman,
It is.
Good
members.
evening, maybe. I don't know.
We're really close, but good morning, Chairman, members. Jessica Escobar, Chief of Staff. These programs and rules have been mine since October 2019 when I got here. So I have a little bit of familiarity with them. So I'm going to be presenting these rule packages. I think our initial one is Chapter 59. So if we're going to be starting there, I think that is correct. Yes? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you. So I'm going to be presenting Chapter 59, Texas Administrative Code. These are related to continuing education. They were published on April 7th. They are going to be relating to my next rule package, which is Chapter 68 for elimination of architectural barriers, and it's a side-by-side. So this is really a cleanup rule package. The change is only to remove the requirement that providers of continuing education for registered accessibility specialists must register with the department. So again, related to elimination of architectural barriers. We'll be discussing that later. So it is a cleanup change only to remove that requirement. And I ask that you adopt these rules with an effective date of September 1st.
Any questions, Ms. Escobar?
Can I just ask, what's elimination of architectural barriers?
So the elimination of architectural barriers program is basically our Texas version of the ADA, but we predated ADA, right? The Americans with Disabilities Act.
Oh, okay.
Right. And so we have our own version. It's Texas Accessibility Standards. You'll be seeing that over the next few months because we're in the process of updating that. So that's where we set all the requirements that businesses and public facilities must follow to ensure accessibility for Texans and visitors.
Excellent. Any other questions?
Chair, assume all these rules are only a half a page?
Let's wish. I'll be concise on the other ones as well.
Any motions?
I move
There's
to
a second?
adopt,
Go ahead.
except September 1, all the rules presented.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carried. All right, Mrs. Escobar, go ahead. Item J.
Right. Jessica Escobar, Chief of Staff. The next package is for elimination of architectural barriers. It is Chapter 68 of the Administrative Code. These were also published on April 7th. Again, they were side-by-side rules with Chapter 59. These rule changes have been made following rule review. So we worked very closely. Of course, we took in comments. We worked closely with our advisory board, technical work group, industry partners, and our internal program staff in making these updates. So this was a long, ongoing process, and the rule adoption organizes the chapter into subchapters. So it looks like a very long rule adoption, but primarily it's administrative. So this allows the reader to locate more information more easily based on whether they're a registered accessibility specialist, a RAS, an owner, or they're looking for technical requirements, or they just want to know how to register a building and gain their information that way. Previously, the information was spread out throughout the chapter, or they were having to track back through multiple rules, and so it was difficult to locate information. So some of the highlights of these rules are changes to continuing education, and that's why we're looking at Chapter 59. So the RASs and the technical work group, they agreed that the number of rule hours for renewal should be reduced, and they focused on the content, and that was the main reason, because previously it was 8 hours, and the additional 4 hours were basically in any manner. So it could have been business ethics, it could have been really anything, and it was a self-certification. So that was removed, and it was reduced to 4 hours. The other change, which is tied to Chapter 59, is that they no longer have to take courses from a registered provider. The reason for that is because it provides them more options. So they can take courses from anyone that offers these topics related to the rules, the accessibility standards, and to accessibility. So this gives them the option to take a course, for example, through their nationally accredited organization, whereas previously that wouldn't have constituted credit for continuing education. The rules also incorporate procedures that the registered accessibility specialist had to comply with. Previously, these are adopted by reference in the rule, just saying that the RASs had to comply with the procedures, and they were attached as they were included as an attachment on our website. So for transparency purposes and to provide our enforcement and RPM staff more resources to ensure compliance, we've incorporated them into the rules. The final main highlight is that we've added a subchapter specifically for owners. So previously, the only thing that you saw for owners was that they had to register a project, but that's pretty much where it ended. They still had requirements, but you didn't see what they were. So this puts the onus on the owner for compliance in knowing they have to make corrections. They have to make sure that that building is compliant. The issue that we were hearing from those RASs and what we wanted to be responsive to was that the implication was that those RASs had to keep following up with the owners to make sure that they were complying with the project. It was creating more of an undue burden for them when it was not their responsibility. It should have been on the owner. So this allows us to pursue the owner and gives enforcement staff and the RPM staff, our regulatory staff, more resources. There truly were no substantive changes to the rules beyond the ones that we discussed, the addition of those things that were out there but incorporated due to this reorganization, which is truly what it was. There was some renumbering, but there were no substantive changes. We received comments from 8 individual commenters, and in response to those, we did make some changes. We did withdraw a couple of things, and we will continue the conversation with our work group and program staff so that we make sure we get what industry is wanting to incorporate into the rules and make sure we get the conversation right. So we've implemented also minor cleanups that they referenced in their comments, and I believe that everybody was happy following that last advisory board meeting. So we request adoption with a September 1st date, and I'm available for questions.
Any questions? Good job.
Who does all this typing?
We have a fantastic legal team within general counsel who have been incredibly patient going back and forth on this proposal. And primarily they kept this all moving. It was a very painful process and many, many late nights getting this done.
Good job, though.
So they are outstanding, very, very outstanding.
I will take a motion.
So move for the architectural barriers, September 1 adoption.
Your second?
I'll second.
All right, motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Item K.
Final package for me. Jessica Escobar, Chief of Staff. This is the Motor Fuel Metering and Quality Rules, Chapter 97. This has been a labor of love over the past year. These are necessary rules for the continued implementation of House Bill 2106 from the 86th session. These amended new rules and repeals address protections for card fraud, for consumers and merchants. You've heard me talk before about the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center. This kind of relates back to that. The House Bill 2106 in the 86th is when we got the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center, the FCIC. We worked extensively with the work group, the advisory board, industry members, financial industry, and law enforcement over the past year. It's been a year since we started this process. These rules repeal a subchapter. You'll see an entire subchapter repealed. That's because when the program was transferred to us from the Attorney General's office, we brought their rules over from, those were transferred to us. So we're repealing that entire chapter in its entirety. However, not all of those requirements were repealed. We did incorporate some of those components into our new rules to ensure that we still had those protections. Several of the rules, you'll notice, have been withdrawn. And this was in response to two of the comments that we received, including one from the Texas Food and Fuel Association. And we had extensive communications with them and with industry members, as well as input from our program staff and enforcement staff to understand the full implications of those withdrawals. So, namely, what those withdrawals were related to some back and forth communications on a definition, so we pulled those, as well as training requirements. And so we're gonna have ongoing conversations with them. So despite the withdrawals, though, I want to point out that as required, we're going to continue those discussions to ensure that the rules accomplish the legislative intent of protecting consumers, the fuel and financial industries, however, without being punitive or placing undue burdens on good actors doing business in Texas. And that's always our bottom line at TDLR, is making sure that businesses can do business here without being unduly burdened. So some of the highlights of the new rules, it's really only a couple things since we have made some major withdrawals. So we are adding some new prohibitions to prohibit the removal of skimmers without the direction of law enforcement or the department. So within there, we have procedures on how you can remove those skimmers if necessary. I will point out that those rules were drafted with guidance from law enforcement within the FCIC. So those weren't created on our own in a vacuum. They advise us how to do that if absolutely necessary. And that was also brought over from those OAG rules. And then we also added security measures for merchants. So it may be that they have to add some security seals, or they have to upgrade their gas pumps to make sure that they're more secure. However, these are not additional burdens for most gas stations. They already have those in place, and so it will not be creating an additional financial burden. So these are things to help protect consumers that we feel are important. This is a first blush at rules. And the thing that we kept reminding our stakeholders is, let's get these out there and let's see how they work. If they're working great, awesome. If they're not, let's revisit and continue working together to make sure we can reevaluate. So I request your approval for adoption with a September 1 effective date.
It's a balance. It sure is a balance.
It is.
A heck of a balance. Any questions, Commissioners?
One question, Chair.
Go ahead.
This was 2021 pass, and it took us 2 years. Do you foresee that these guys are much smarter than maybe the 2-year time frame for us to get it? You think that they're way ahead of us, that we may have to revisit this again?
So the background on that is, initially when we got this program, there was a very short implementation date on it. Our adoption for rules was about 3 months. So what we were advised at that time was to do what was called a skinny rulemaking. So we adopted some very thin measures as far as adopting those skimmer rules. And we also didn't have a full board in place yet. So we knew at that time we would do that and then work with our board. And so we started working with the board, but the process took us quite a while to do that. In working over the last few months, we've brought in discussions about the most recent technology. As you know, technology constantly evolves. So even things now that we are reviewing are going to be changed in the next few months. So we tried to make them broad, and the main focus that we wanted to look at was reporting. And that's the biggest issue and concern we have, is that merchants and service technicians report when they're finding skimmers. Because when we have that information, we can respond, and then law enforcement can also build out, or our FCIC can build out their metrics and know where we're seeing the patterns, and also be responsive to those skimmers and know what the issues are.
So where are they going to report? Do we have a website
We
page?
do. Yes, sir. We have a link on our website. It's a very short a very short link, but also you can go there directly, provide your information. We have one specifically for consumers, for merchants, for law enforcement, even the financial industry. So our staff responds very quickly, and they're able to go out if they need to go out. They assess based on the information provided. And then when we get reports, we provide those directly to the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center, and they are able to better use that information to develop out their software management systems that they have there.
So are these mapped or something whenever
They
it
are.
is reported that this area has more prevalence of skimming business going on?
That's correct. So we do that here with our metrics, but also the FCIC has some very sophisticated technologies, and they'd be very happy to show you that upon visiting.
Thank you.
How does the normal person figure out that a machine is skimmed, or?
It's very tricky. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't.
So then do we find out after we get charged for something? Is that?
Usually, yeah. So the best practice would be to use an app to pay. And if you don't have an app
not to
for the
stick that
store,
card in?
right. And
Okay.
if you have to, it's to use a credit card to pay and never your PIN. Or go inside and pay cash.
If you get a chance, Commissioners, the Operation Tyler is quite impressive.
I can
Of course,
imagine.
you'll lose sleep once you get there. I promise.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
true.
Say, I've been up there and I'd highly recommend going and having
Where is it at?
Quite a-
Tyler.
Tyler,
Oh, Tyler.
yes, it's
So
a
if you
great.
get a chance, and I know that we work well with law enforcement. but-
Is a remodel down there? or
It
in the
is,
building?
yes. We're looking to visit and meet with their new county judge, who is our new partner there.
Oh. Okay, any other commission questions? All right, I'll take a motion.
So move for the adoption.
Okay, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you and your staff, Jessica, for all the hard work.
Thank you. I'm sure that the team will appreciate it. Monica, Vanessa, and Shamika, appreciate y'all. Sorry, all the shout outs.
We'll shout out.
Supported me through this. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Jessica.
Did you ever sleep?
Mr. James?
There were some very late nights getting it done.
Item L, Mr. James.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Again, Doug Jennings, General Counsel. I feel like I've said that several times now.
I know, they didn't correct that on the agenda.
Oh, right. With your leave, I'd like to consolidate items L and M, as they both cover the same subject matter.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So just a refresher, you get this refresher every 3 years. By statute, the commission is required to adopt every 3 years the newest edition of the National Electrical Code. So that would be what we call the 2023 NEC. And that governs all electrical installations and work performed within the state of Texas. Once again, we're statutorily required to do this. And so we have a couple of amendments to our rules. In item L, we have the amendment that adopts the 2023 National Electrical Code as adopted by the NFPA on August 12th of 2022. And then on the air conditioning side of the rules, we just have an amendment to remove an outdated section of the rules that referred to the 2020 NEC. And so just asking for your for your approval to adopt the proposed rules as published with an effective date of September 1st, 2023.
Any questions for Mr. Jennings? All right, take a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Burkholz.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Derek Burkhalter. I'm an Assistant General Counsel for TDLR, and I'm assigned to the Midwives program. So this agenda item N concerns proposed updates to our Midwives rules at Chapter 115 of our administrative rules. And as you know, these are non-nurse midwives. So these rule changes make important changes to the education and clinical experience requirements for licensure. And these were developed in consultation with Dr. Callis and former Commissioner Collier. And we're greatly appreciative of their assistance in that process. So just to highlight the more important substantive changes. So these rules update clinical experience requirements for midwifery students, such as a number of prenatal exams, births, newborn exams, and postpartum exams that they have to do as part of their training. So we've changed it to align with the current standards of the North American Registry of Midwives, or NARM. They're the entity that administers the licensing exam for these midwives. So we wanted to make sure that our standards and rule are consistent with the kind of these almost national standards, but they're not actual laws. Additionally, so these rules, they add a supervision element for midwifery students. So they must be under direct supervision that has to occur while the students are performing any clinical activities on a client. This ensures that students are supervised by a midwife, a nurse midwife, or a physician who is physically present and immediately available to provide any necessary assistance and personally respond to any emergency. And a midwife who's providing this supervision is responsible for all actions and liabilities of the student. So we're really, providing the regulation of that supervision, which is a big piece of this rule change. Along that line, the advisory board, as you'll see in the rules, they recommended an additional change beyond what was proposed. And they wanted to add the statement that students must always be directly supervised regardless of whether the activities are being counted towards the student's education. They felt that was an important change to close a perceived loophole. So that's what the red marking in your document is, because those were extra changes beyond what was published. So finally, these rules add a requirement for a client to provide informed written consent before any services can be provided by a student to that client. And so this ensures that clients are fully aware of and consent to all students who have a role in their midwifery care. So to assist midwives with this new requirement, we've created a form that contains all the required information, and that form is included in your meeting materials. So we're giving them some guidance to help meet this new requirement. And so the remaining changes are cleanup changes that were identified by staff during the rule review that recently occurred, and they're just to reorganize language and rephrase things to make them more clear. So these proposed rules were published on April 14th, 2023. We did not receive any formal comments. The advisory board met on June 12th and recommended adoption with the one change that I mentioned, the additional language. So the department's recommendation is to adopt these rules with an effective date of September 1st, 2023. And I'm available for any questions.
Stated. Any questions?
Yeah, just informed client, should it be patient?
Well, I guess the terms are a little bit interchangeable, client or versus patient.
Because this is the medical side of it, so I would assume that it would be a patient.
Well, so, and like I said, the terms are interchangeable, but midwives like to point out that, being pregnant is not a medical condition. It's not a disease.
We like to use client, the midwives do.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. So prior to this, we didn't have supervision? They did not have supervision?
Well, it was not clearly stated in rule. So that's our goal here, is to make it very clear for everyone.
And this goes out to all the midwives, or how do they
To
know
the-
the
to the-
update? Yeah.
I'm sorry?
How do they know the updates?
Well, we've had 2 advisory board meetings that were public hearings. We've published these in the Texas Register, and when we did that, we sent out email blasts to all the licensed midwives. It's also posted on our website where they can see it. So if the rules are adopted, we'll send out more notices to say, here, this requirement is coming. So we just use our standard email blast to licensees.
And do they also have to post their license as others or not?
Well, because they're going to people's homes, it's not, it's not necessarily.
They go to homes.
Correct, yeah. So midwives help people have at-home
I
births.
thought midwives are at the doctor's offices.
Those are nurse midwives, probably.
Okay.
They're different.
All right, so this is different than the nurse practitioner, what did you call them?
Nurse midwives.
Yeah, the certified nurse midwives are nurses who specialize in midwifery,
Which is not in
obstetrics.
our,
And so our licensees are not nurses.
Got it.
They are only midwives. And so they go through this training program, and then we license them, and then they can go to people's homes and help them have at-home deliveries.
thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Bird. This is critical in so many ways. Thank you so much. We've come a long way from where we started, so appreciate it. And I know Dr. Hallis works with you as well, so I want to recognize him. I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion, we accept.
Second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have item O already done. Mr. Tato? P?
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. I'll try to be brief. Jessica Hurtado, Enforcement Division. Today, I'm presenting the proposed criminal conviction guidelines for the ATV Operator Safety Program. This program doesn't have an advisory board. However, these guidelines were modeled off of the guidelines created by the work group for the Motorcycle Operator Training and Safety Program. And I'd like to note for you that these guidelines are divided into 2 sections. One section is for the instructors and one is for the program sponsors. There are a few categories of crimes that are more concerning when we're talking about instructors, as those are people who have direct contact with students. Those same concerns are not present when we're addressing guidelines for program providers. And with that, we ask that you adopt these proposed criminal conviction guidelines, and I'm happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I gotta ask a question.
Yes.
So, this rule, we don't need to put it on the registry or anything? Texas rule registry?
It will go into the register
Oh, this is
after
a
it's
preliminary.
adopted. Mhm.
Oh,
It's not a rule per se, it's the criminal conviction guidelines, but we're required by statute to adopt them and to publish them.
okay, so it's already in a statute.
The requirement to adopt them is in the statute, right?
Thank you.
Any questions? All right, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mary Winston? Good to see you, Mary.
Good to see you all. The first person who can say good afternoon.
Officially,
Yikes.
yeah.
12:03.
Officially. And I think this should be brief. The last we met, we had put forth some appointments for consideration that the chairman and I had reviewed as manager of the advisory board team. After we talked about it, we took into consideration concerns related to that, and we said, let's expand this so everyone can feel more a part of the process. So before you, and forgive me, I just got new contacts, so I cannot see anything in front of me, because now I can see far off, but I can't see in front of my face.
You're not missing much.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, oh my gosh. I miss it. So if you just take a look at this really short document we have in front of you, the first one says ongoing staff review. That's kind of what we talked about before, the different divisions in the staff. We vet those applications, we do the different reviews on social medias and if they have a license, what's their enforcement history, RPM, things that they go into the field and they know about these individuals. So that's internal, but we're not the deciding factor here. We're just the preliminary review. At 6 weeks prior, we put some dates in here so we can have something more steadfast. Six weeks prior, the date is set for the manager and chairman to meet and have a review of the application that's been vetted by the staff. During this time, other commissioners will be made aware of this meeting, and up to 2 commissioners may attend because we don't want to create a quorum. So, 5 weeks, we give it a week here, and that manager then meets with the chairman, possibly other commissions, to review applications and make selections. So you're being brought into the party. It's not as fun as it seems, but again, we will watch for quorums. Doug will make sure of that. And we continue with this process. 4 weeks, commissioners are notified of chairman's recommendations. Still says chairman's recommendations because that's statutory, but the input has been had from all of the commissioners who have chosen to or who were available to take a part in this process. If there's a disagreement, I don't get to disagree, I just get to do what I'm told, and that's good for me. But if you all have a disagreement or want to consider someone else, or if there's further discussion, the opportunity is here. We're still a month out from even coming before the commission as a whole. 3 weeks out, we're still giving you time here. Is there something someone doesn't like? Is there something else to consider? News happens at the speed of light these days. Something could have come up, and we give time for that consideration. 2 weeks, chairman's final selection is added to the agenda. As always, that application will be added to that agenda. We'll make sure of that. You've now vetted it, you've seen it beforehand. We've added it to the agenda. This is before the agenda packet is sent out by executive staff, Ms. Christine Rife, with the chairman's appointment request. It's published with those materials. And the day of the meeting is when you then get to vote on folks that you have had a history with seeing, you've had time to sit with, and feel more comfortable about. And so there are no appointments today. This is just updating on the process that internally we've taken so the commission as a whole can take more of an active role.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Questions?
Within this, I love this, but within this, do we know what's available, what positions are available?
You can know that any time. And yes, you will know which positions are available. We kept pretty good statistics anyway. I'll say pretty good. We went through that sunset process, and now we keep some great statistics and data, and we can tell you percentages and how many folks. Anna Clark, who's been walking back and forth and who helps Mike Fickle put on all these meetings, she can do, I love her pivot tables and all those fancy things.
I don't like all that stuff. I was just curious if you.
We have it. We have
so
it.
So that way we could have some input. Hey, I
Oh.
think I know somebody for this, or.
So we asked that, well, I think Chairman has asked that, and we can solicit that, and I thank you for your recommendations and yours, Commissioner Wesson. So, but if you want a list, we have a list. Our Communications Director, Tila Monge, we keep her notified of that list because we like to get it out there.
Maybe monthly, we could
Okay.
receive it.
I was gonna suggest that
Right.
have a monthly calendar on what's coming up, expiring, or.
I think that's a great
Definitely.
idea, and I
Right.
think we're gonna solicit our communications director so we can make sure that we'll do it internally, but we haven't done it with the commissioners, but we can. We've done it externally because historically we have maybe had a more difficult time getting public members.
And I
Because,
think
yeah,
that's where we come in.
That
I think
sounds
if
good.
monthly calendar would work,
Yeah.
and then if we have input, you know?
And advisory board team will handle that. So we'll make sure that we get that to Christine Rife.
Okay.
And that, with her communications with you, that we can get that to you.
Believe me, it is, every meeting. And not just the ones that are open, but maybe the position's not open, but if somebody down the road, when it does come open, to keep that in the queue, those are always, and believe me, every meeting, we're always looking, because it pays, what, millions of dollars to do
A
this,
million
right?
times a million, times zero.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I make one other, I forgot to mention this on the minutes that we approved at the start, but the line item, Commissioner Callis voted twice on that yay and nay when we tabled those last appointments. So if you can go back in the minutes, the second one where we tabled it, I voted yay, but
Okay, so let's hold that, and you make a motion to amend it. Just
Okay.
give me a second on that. Let's finish this one up, but yeah,
Okay,
please
okay.
do, please do. Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
I have a couple of questions right now. Statute, on this one, if I recall, you and the chairman meet and make initial selections. Is that how it is, or?
well, we meet and he would make the initial selection.
So, chapter 60.24, advisory boards. Unless otherwise provided by law, the presiding officer of the commission with the commission's approval shall appoint the members of each advisory board. Is
Yeah.
that fair?
Mhm.
With the approval of the commissions?
Yes.
Okay. So if you go back at the 51.2095, which is the interdisciplinary advisory boards, on that one, you as a representative of the executive director and the chair can appoint whoever you want to.
Correct, and we currently do not have interdisciplinary boards.
So
but-
if we say this advisory boards right there, my problem is, I'm gonna be very straightforward right now. The way I've seen before in the past, where I've been part of the appointments, these are all done in open meetings, okay? If there are applicants, only one, or maybe two or three, a group appointed by the chair, they sits down in a public meeting, based on, you also recommend applications being forwarded right there. We review, applicant comes in, talks to the small group, and goes through this one. This is on the open meeting.
Okay, so the applicant comes into the meeting, and then the commission would meet with the applicant and in person in an open meeting.
So let me
Okay.
finish.
Okay.
So the process, what it is it's open because there may be some people who may be rejected or something. We don't know if there is 3 applicants right there. We pick one. We got to have a rationale of why we pick one and not the other 2 right there. That's been laid out right there. And then the next meeting, which is the commission, which is going to be approving right there, the candidate comes in, what's been recommended by the subcommittee or something. That's the open meeting process right there. But if there is this process right there, I want the general counsel to go back, look at it, and see, do we need to do this? Does it comply with the open meetings? If it does, that's on him. Because there was someone else who told me it's something completely different right there. So the way I look at it, it doesn't bother me if you use an advisory board, which is based on the statute. You and him go pick up, you all deal with that. And I have no issue right there. But if you got to go through the full commission process, it got to be open. There may be one applicant, fine, but we got to talk to them, and this whole facility or whatever it is, Microsoft Teams or whichever one it is, we got to have, where is the openness right there? That's a question. I want you to consider that.
So definitely, Commissioner Draxler, we will consider that, and I think you have said quite properly that this is a question for our general counsel's office. And of course, as staff, I will follow the directive of my general counsel.
Thank you.
Doug, do you have any comments on this, Mr. Jennings?
No comment right now. I'll be happy to look into this
Okay.
for the commissioners. Thank you.
Commissioner Rusher, I'm chairman. I may just state that when we get new boards created, which we will have, an example with the EV charging stations, we'll have that set up. I can tell you that historically, when we have a new program that's started, I can think of one particular program, we had about 150 applications to serve on the board. And I remember specifically one individual worked at a gas station, so they thought that qualified them to serve on the board. But then when you read the application, they thought it was a job, and they were applying for a job to serve on the advisory board. There are others that simply want to participate, that say, I want to be a select position on this advisory board, but they don't have the qualifications for it, because again, the statute specifically states, as an example, you need to have these requirements to serve this position on this board, and they don't have it. A part of what the advisory board team does is that they cull through all that and they take out those applications that just don't apply. I mean, they just don't meet the criteria of what they're looking for. And so they go through all that, and I just want to kind of put that out there to say that there is a purpose of what the advisory boards, the team does, in calling out the applications that, one, maybe just a misunderstanding of what the board is. Two, that they may be applying for a position that they just don't meet that qualification criteria based on the statute. And there are others that, as an example, I can think of FMQ, where the person applying said, I want to apply for a wholesale advisory board position, but they own C-stores and they only had maybe 3. And so we end up taking them out of that and have to move them over, and then they say, I don't want to do that. Then we try and say, well, then you don't qualify for the wholesaler position on the advisory board. So that's part of what the advisory board staff does and the team does, is they call through all that. And so what ends up happening is that the applications that the chairman is then presented are those applications that have been called through by the advisory board team and also RPM, our subject matter experts, to find out who they are in the industry. And that's what we end up, and we just kind of narrowing it down and funneling it through.
I understand, Mike. The issue here is when we 7 are involved, this is a public open for public comment or criticism right there. I understand what it is. The advisory board or RPM, they don't do it. We got to have it, they can have the summary to us, and we got to do it open of why we didn't pick someone right there. That's what, but I think, let's the general counsel come up with a process, I think similar to what Mary has come up, and then we work, whatever you do, it has to be done in open. They all do the work right there. We got to look at it. My understanding, qualifications don't meet or something, we got to say it in open, unless or until general counsel can say that otherwise that, we can do behind the door and make a choice right there what it is. That's his deal.
Got it.
I can weigh in if you don't mind, Commissioner Draksharam. At least from my perspective, this isn't so much about, this is more about how the commission wants to conduct its business rather than what is required under the Open Meetings Act. Our current appointment process meets the requirements of the Open Meetings Act because you gave an example of the chairman selecting the presiding officer, and advisory board members need to be selected by the commission. And so the winnowing down of the list that happens prior to that is performed by TDLR employees in consultation with some of you, and isn't the type of thing that needs to be included in an open meeting. However, if you choose to proceed in a manner where you narrow it down to certain candidates and you essentially interview them in an open meeting and then make your selection based on that, that's fine. That is a preference. And the commission, I would ask for your cooperation in working with the department if you want to go that route on how that process should look and how, Mike mentioned, 150 applicants. Obviously, it's not practical for you to hear from 150 applicants. And so we could continue this conversation if that's the way you want to go. But from a legal perspective, I'm not seeing any issue with our current process.
What I think is you guys are.
Commissioner Butler had.
So, sure. Without any bearing on the current discussion, I wanted to say thank you to Mary and the chair for the work that you've done thus far. I just wanted a more transparent, open process. How that looks, I'm willing to talk about and think about and discuss what y'all want that to look like going forward. But I just want to say thank you for how far we've gotten. My perspective, if you'll indulge me for a second, is just as open as we can be. And I can tell the thought that you've put into this. So thank you so much for that thus far. Where we end up, let's have the best process for everybody. But I like what I see. I appreciate the direction that you're going. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mary, and whoever else that I don't know that has put some effort and thought into this. Thank you so much.
And
So, anyway,
to kind of piggyback what Mike said, we do get some interesting applications, and I'll just a little comment. Driver education safety, when we got that board, we got people applying for driver's licenses, as well as when we had, and when we had the licensed dog and cat breeders, we had a porcupine raiser person, and that just did not come in front of the chairman.
Thank
So,
you. Thank you.
that
We
kind
we need
of,
to weed it out, that's y'all's
Yeah,
job, is what I said.
but whatever process we come up with, it works for us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, okay, Commissioner? Castaneda, did you have something?
I was just saying that your job is to weed them out, maybe you can give us the top 5, but I don't want 100, you know, yeah, you guys do the work, and I, you know, present it to us, is how I feel. I don't wanna be here till 2 every day, every meeting, or
Well,
so.
just on top of that, I think what they're saying is with the number of applicants, if they're not selected, do we send them a letter? Or do we send a comment saying, appreciate you applying, but, you know, this didn't fill the need?
Hard to
Maybe
say,
that's,
right, mhm.
maybe that's something to consider, you know, so that the people that apply that don't get ever heard from again, at least know that they got looked at.
Yeah, and that's a great point, and I don't think we have that instituted into our process, but that's something we can definitely do, because we can have the ability to put them into some
But
type
you
of
know,
spreadsheet. and send
everybody
out
in here
letters.
has probably made an application for something.
Right.
And you didn't hear anything back, and you're like, well.
But I
you
think
wonder,
there's a
you
way
know,
to
or-
check.
Hang
There's a way to
hang
check
on,
your
hang
application.
on, Commissioner, just hang on. You finished?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
I was just remembering applying, and I think there's a way to check your application
There
on the
is,
website.
there's a way to check the application. There's also, we historically haven't given a non-selection letter, though we have tons of form letters, we can definitely do that. Just because you weren't approved at that time doesn't mean you won't be approved later. So we could do something very specific, but we may not have an opening at that time, or someone else was selected at that time. But we have you still in the system, and then we'll ask you, we consider you, we don't kick you out of the system. When we have good applicants, we like to keep them. And then when there's an opportunity, we ask them to update their application. So I think historically, that's why we haven't done it, but it's not a problem to do it. We'll figure out a way. I don't want them to think that they'll never be considered.
Chairman, Commissioners, as a follow-up, Commissioner Weston, I'll just notify that we do send letters to those that were not accepted.
Oh, okay.
So we just, it's new, I didn't know that, but we do, so our advisory board team is way ahead of us.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
And I know
So-
that came from, thank you, Anna Clark.
Thank you.
yeah.
Any other questions? And please, I say this every meeting. You got names, send them to us. If you're not getting response, or you're not, let me know, let Mary know, if something gets missed, whatever, please let us know. And if there's something, an issue with a name, you're always, absolutely,
Please.
and anybody's welcome to have that conversation with Mary and myself directly, okay?
And just because they were not selected at a certain time does not mean they will not be considered.
All right.
So I think that monthly calendar is
Yes.
gonna help
I
us
think
all.
the monthly.
Yes,
calendar.
yes.
Chairman, Commissioner, I might add just another thing, is that we do get names from the commissioners that they pinpoint somebody, and as Mary was mentioning, may just not be an opening at that point in time. Now, previously, historically, we have asked that individual, are you wanting to serve on a different board, as maybe as a public member? So we may have, say, a massage therapist that wants to serve, and they're really adamant about serving, they want to serve on an advisory board, and they've selected massage therapy because that's their industry. We don't have an opening. But we may say, but look, we have an opening over on weather modification for public
the
member.
one I
Are
was
you interested
thinking.
in that? I say, sure, I wanted to do that. So we end up actually finding people that are willing to go past their own industry into other, boards that will help us out, because the most difficult place that we have to fill are public members. And, because if they're not in their industry, they have a difficult time going into a different industry to be able to do that. So we have that. I know that I've got one particular individual that I knew that is currently serving on a couple of different boards with us. I remember an individual that wanted to serve on the electrician advisory board. We didn't have an opening, but he was willing to serve on a different board, and he said, as soon as a position opens up on the advisory board, I want to be on there. And the position opened up, and we, approved him to be moved over to the other advisory board. So we have those things happen. And so, yeah, I mean, if you've got names, and that may be one of the first things that I may ask you, or that Mary may ask you, is like, we'll put them in the hopper, see if we got an opening. Are they willing to serve on another advisory board? If they say, yeah, I think they are, then we'll go down that track first. But if there's nothing available at that time, then we may go down a different track and say, what about these other boards? Are you interested in this? And we may give them a list that they want to take a look at too. So, yeah, we're always trying to fill spots.
And historically, they have been excellent public members. I can name some of them off the top of my head who have volunteered for another board as a public member. And weather modification is, among other things, cloud seeding. It's very scientific, and who understands that other than the meteorologists and the scientists but we have a member who jumped in, learned that board, contributed as a public member, and at a certain point was able to become an advisory board member for another board where they were actually part of that industry. And I don't want to say it was training ground, but in a way, just has always been a great member, and I think that's who that person is.
Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioners?
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay.
Great job.
Great job. Love it.
All right, we're going to Commissioner Work Group updates. Item R, Mr. Wesson. Commissioner Wesson.
I just wanted to start out by thanking Commissioner High and Commissioner Castaneda for agreeing to be on this committee. We met on June the 19th with Kenny and John and the team going over what kind of our goals are, you know, what we were looking for. We had a bad experience not too long ago on trying this, so we just wanted to make sure that we were going to be proactive in coming up with a system that can handle any of the licenses and all in the future. And I think we had a good discussion on that. Turns out the final offers from vendors should have been submitted by July 20th, and we'll be in the process of reviewing those so that we can see what we need to change and move forward with it.
Any comments, Commissioners?
We're already accepting vendor.
Well, they've sent out what we were looking for, and as you saw, did everybody get a copy of this?
Yes.
You know, if you look over, no, actually, I tell you what, it was another one that I got here, that the vendor submitted their best and final offer on July 20th.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think that John O'Shea will be, a part of his update when he's doing the licensing update, will give you that.
I was
A
gonna
real
say-
quick question, real quick answer is what Commissioner Wesson is just talking about was for the procurement vendor that we're soliciting and about to go into contract with, that will help us write the
Right.
RFP
It's not the
for our
program.
licensing system.
Yeah.
So we're now doing it in steps. And so it's again, it's one of the lessons learned that John will talk about, what we learned in our last endeavor down this road. But what Commissioner Wesson is discussing is simply the last best and final offer, the BAFO, for the procurement vendor that we're going to secure.
Okay, if I understand this is for someone to write your RFQ?
They'll work with us to
RFP?
write the RFP, yes. Correct.
Did you get your answers? All right.
And will we be able to take a look at that?
That's, yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Will we be able to take a look at that once it's done?
Oh, yeah.
Take a look at what?
The RFP before it goes out?
I don't know if procurement allows us to do that from the state statutes. We can check that into that, and I'll let you know. I'm not sure, I'd have to get with, I'm not sure if Brandy could be able to answer that question.
I'm writing it down, I'll check.
Yeah, we'll check, because there's, you know, there are some very interesting procurement laws in the state of Texas. And so, we have to, you know, while they're definitely open and transparent, there's some things that in order to ensure that, we get a totally secure bid, is that sometimes they limit what can be seen at that point in time.
Just part of the lessons learned through this, right, is, you know, we didn't, I'm gonna be very frank with you, we didn't have much oversight.
I agree.
And that means that we dropped the ball, y'all dropped the ball,
Big time.
our vendor dropped the ball. We can't let that happen again. We get one shot at this to get it right. And so, I'm concerned.
Right.
I'm just concerned, you know. I'm glad we got a lessons learned. That's a great place to start. You know, where did we fumble? And what went wrong? Because those are the landmines that we want to avoid in the future. And so.
Thank you. And
I'm in concert with you, Commissioner, and I've told Commissioner Butler, Commissioner Wesson, that this will be something on the agenda continually. So we will be perpetually getting these updates every meeting at least.
We're planning on having an update every meeting.
So they will be a perpetual in front of us constantly. This will never get off the radar.
And that's why my concern about, you know, a few minutes ago when I was talking about Mary and the advisory boards, transparency, I think, is the name of the game. This, job one. You know, let's open, honest, out there. Let's, all Texans should be hearing how their $38 or $32 million is gonna be spent.
Correct.
You know, and so the more we can push that out, the better everybody is going to be.
And I can pledge to you this, is that in the event that the procurement laws allows us to be able to openly discuss it and be able to reveal that information to the commissioners, we will do that, because I agree, I think that we have a lot of lessons learned.
Sure.
And this executive team that's here right now, we don't want to go down that pathway again. We want to take the lessons learned and apply it.
And I will tell you, I mean, if you're telling me that, I'm going to challenge, show me that law. Doug, I'm gonna
Sure.
ask you to weigh in on that.
Yes, sir.
Because you know, this is a tough one. We get one shot at this. We've got to get it right.
I agree.
And do we purchase, do we lease? Do we wanna become software experts, or do we wanna be customer service experts? You know?
Great questions.
The vendor that we used prior to this, where everything went wrong, he's off our vendors list, correct?
I'm not sure if they're off the DIR vendor list.
You can't do that.
No?
You can't do that.
We can't take him off?
Well, they would have to come off the DIR vendor list. DIR is one that they
Well,
have to go
then
through
we
DIR.
won't choose them again, I suppose, would be.
Can't say that. They have to propose.
Yeah, I can tell you,
Technically, I mean, do you wanna talk about all this now, or do you wanna wait till item W?
yeah, I mean,
I'm
John is
gonna
gonna bring an
have to-
update
Why
on
don't we wait for the
that.
staff
Yeah,
report on that?
that's fine.
So let me
Yeah.
segue into.
Get your gloves on, buddy. Come on.
I mean, now, speaking of $32 million, Mr. Chairman, your segue to your financial audit report. You're good.
Sure. We ready?
Yes, sir, you up?
Tony? Is Tony around? Okay, oh, there we are, okay. So, I was able to meet, about a month and a half ago, with Tony and his group. Hemet was there. Who am I missing, leaving out?
With the commissioner.
Brandy.
Brandy. Yes. The commissioners on the committee are also, Commissioner Castaneda and Commissioner Wesson. But we had a good meeting. I'd not seen financials in a while. I appreciate the openness. I appreciate you indulging me with my pedantic questions. I appreciate the education that I always get when I talk to you. I realize just how unintelligent I am in your presence, and I thank you for that. Michael, thank you for enabling that to happen. Thank you for the follow-up information that I've received, the budgetary questions that I asked, all the information that you got to me after that. I'm at peace with it. I feel the burden of making sure the dollars are well spent, and I want to know where they're spent, how far we've come in the biennium. And anyway, it did put me in peace. So thank you. With that, do I need to make a motion to, no? Okay.
No motion. But, question. So how are you going to reform the commission? How often do you, to report to us about these issues?
So I think we spoke about that, and we talked about, just like your innovation committee, I think, ongoing basis, let's just talk about it at every meeting, if that's okay.
Okay. If you could, I would love to get a kind of a talking points, so we know what that would be.
Make notes.
What those talking points are, and making sure that you guys are comfortable with what they are and where they're going. That would be great, because it's very important, and I love the adoption of that into the mainstream. Good job. All right, any other questions for Mr. Butler? Yes, sir.
Looking at this, I appreciate the first time I've seen this report, as Commissioner Butler mentioned. Do we have something like what's the budgeted? Because I see what we spent, correct? Expended is what I'm seeing right there. Do we have something where the budget and how do we compare right there? So if you budget something like for travel, I was told to begin with, there was no travel budget right here. That's what I was told. I have an email, but let's go beyond that one. On this travel, what was we budgeted, and where do we, I think we said we had about 747 something right there. So how do I know what was budgeted, or if we go over that, are we trying to move something in from somewhere? How are we going to manage those?
So let me do this. Let's do the staff. Let's do the staff report now to address the issues with this, because I wanted Commissioner Butler and Commissioner Wesson to speak on this, and then why don't we bring the staff up? And why don't we start with the financial, since Commissioner Doxeron's already have it on there. We'll bring him up. Is that fine?
That works.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, the staff, in the division staff report, so just
Please, that's what it
for a
is.
matter of purposes, that we're now in the division staff reports where
Correct.
we can have this conversation.
Section
I
S.
think,
Give me 1 second, I just wanna catch up, 1 second. On the agenda, we're F?
Section S.
S.
Right after you and Dr. West.
Thank you.
So, if, Brandy, if you and Tony may wanna come up to answer some of these questions. I think,
When I saw R, that was what I saw, the budget, you know, the spreadsheet right there. So
Yeah.
there's one more, I didn't know that one, okay.
yeah. Well, yeah, and I appreciate the fact that, you know, it can get kind of confusing what we're talking about here, because the audit finance work group is just a work group consistent of commissioners, and they work with staff. Now, the division, staff reports can be actually reports given by the staff members based on the information that they've given you. And so what you see in the example in the finance report, it's kind of a listing production of what they've done. But the report that the audit finance group gets is kind of a snapshot picture of where we're at that point in time. One of the things that I do want to point out, and I can tell you that Randy and him and Tony can talk in detail about it, that the way that the LAR is, you have to kind of follow, because they have, is it like object codes that you have to follow, and you have to know where that goes with everyone else. Anyway, it's confusing for me, I can tell you that. But these three know it with Hemant, Brandy, and Tony, so they're able to be able to answer all those questions. So I think that there's a specific question that has been asked that Brandy can address, or Tony or Hemant can address.
Okay, before we start, do we need a break? Is everybody, commissioners?
I think since you asked, you probably need it, so we'll take one. Fair enough.
I'm gonna take, and I really mean this, fellas, ladies and gentlemen, 12:34, I'm gonna say, well, 12:35, 12:40, we're coming back, okay? So we'll take a recess. 7, back in session.
Didn't know it was that.
Okay, who's going first? Brandy? Who's? Brandy. Okay.
Let me pull up the right thing. Commissioner Druxrom, to address your question about being able to see what the budgeted amounts are in the Legislative Appropriations Act, there are the objects of expenses which are listed. Travel is one of them. We do have a travel budget, and on the reports moving forward, I'll be more than happy to add a column that shows whatever budgeted amounts are so that you can see the comparison of our expenditures to that budgeted amount.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
In terms of the travel, can you also differentiate between in-state and out-of-state? You think it's going to be a lot of work, or, you know?
So we are able to see from our expenditures what our in or out-of-state travel is. From the LBB's perspective, they look at travel just in toto, as far as one travel budget, but we can differentiate that on our side.
So I'm saying, forget about them. It's the money allocated, I think, you know, you're going to do that, whatever it is with them. But are we a better stewardess of the money they have allocated right there?
I can put that in there for you
Thank
if
you,
that's
that's
what you'd
all.
like. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Brandy's still going, or you?
I'm not sure what I'm doing up here. I mean, this is a financial services
This
staff
all
report,
staff
and so.
report, so you guys go
I-
any
we're not-
order you want.
We're not on her staff, so we're just here to answer any budget
Okay,
questions
or any
that came
particular
up.
questions you guys have?
What was the last penny which was missing right next to it?
And Mr. Chairman, we do have more information for item number.
Yes.
So we can talk about that.
Okay. So Mike?
Yeah, at this point in time, if there's any questions, what we've kind of done is that anything that is under the executive team's divisions, as an example for HIMIT, would be financial services, procurement, contracting, you know, the Office of Strategic Communications, all of that stuff that falls under HIMIT, all those divisions fall under HIMIT. He's up here to be able to answer the questions that you may have based on the report. And what you'll see is kind of a pattern that, as an example, Eric Beverly would be next. He'll have licensing and E&E if you have any questions on those. And Christina Kaiser can have her divisions up there as well to be able to answer questions based on the reports that you've been given from the division standpoint.
But
So I don't know
Commissioners,
if there's any questions concerning HIMIS divisions, which would be financial services, Office of Strategic Communications, legislation, you know, the government relations. That's what he's up there for.
okay. Any questions, Commissioners?
Yes, sir.
Go.
Okay. In short, he said, whatever it is, what do you need from us?
What do we need from you?
Yeah, because whatever Mike said is too complicated right there, okay? What do you need from us?
Well, Commissioner, we'll continue to make improvements to our budget reporting. And, we've got 28 teams that are implementing, quite a few bills from the 88th session. So as we discover needs for additional funding, additional resources, pretty soon we'll be working on strategic planning and the LAR. We in fact have been keeping a list of, funding requests for the 89th session. And so we'll bring those to you, for your contemplation and ultimate approval. And the list is growing already.
Let's take a back step right here. I think, you know, long time back, I saw something during the orientation, something called a vision or mission or something, objective, or do we have those concrete, or we still, there was something written, is there, if I vaguely remember something, is it worked or work in progress?
Right, our new mission and vision.
Oh, the mission vision statement? Yeah, that's still a work in progress. It's, internally, we've called it the DNA focus group, and we're working to be able to solidify vision, mission, and core values. At this point in time, working with Julianne Crocker, who's under Kenny Wright's group. We're hoping to be able to have something presented to the commission in the November meeting. I'm sorry, do we have a November meeting or October? October. I'm sure we'll meet in October, but by the December meeting, then we should have something available to the commission to take a look at. But we're narrowing down to the point of being able to get fairly confident on our core values that we're looking at, and also the rewriting of the vision mission statement. The plan is to propose, 2 to 3 various vision or mission statements to the commission, and kind of get the commission's input on which one they believe that they would want to move forward with from TDLR. So the commission has some input.
When was the last time we had this one, the vision, or when was the last time?
Oh my gosh, it was during the Bill Koontz days. So, I don't know, Christina Kaiser may have a better idea because she was around during the Bill Koontz days.
So, thank you, Commissioner, for the question. Christina Kaiser, Senior Deputy Executive Director. Bill Koontz became the Executive Director of TDLR in 1999. And then Brian Francis came on as the deputy shortly after that. And then I joined the agency the following year as an Assistant General Counsel. In Bill Koontz's early days with the agency, under his leadership, the agency established the core values that are still in place today on the agency, on TDLR's website, the 7 core values that you might have seen. The mission and vision statements have changed somewhat over the years. Those have been modified to some extent during strategic planning, but the core values have remained constant all that time.
So, so if I understand it, December is the time, do you think that we need about 4 more months to address this, or?
Well, it's interesting you say that, because when I first came in as Executive Director back in February of last year, I had embarked to begin to start really looking at the mission, vision, and core values. And in conversation that I had with the chairman, he basically said, give yourself some time so that the directors know who you are, the agency knows who you are, and then begin that process. So we started on it in, I believe, in August of last year, moving forward. We kind of, we stumbled out of the gate, and we had an individual that was responsible for it. It seemed to drag on for months. That individual is no longer with us. Did a great job with the agency. It's just that we stumbled getting that done. We've now put in charge of that whole endeavor Julianne Crocker, who I mentioned, who's now working with Jessica also in getting the vision, mission, core values done. And they've actually expedited it. They're working a lot faster now. That's the reason I'm saying that now. We're to the point that we do have some core values that we're kind of kicking around, and we have a kind of a framework of what the vision, mission statement would be. And we're the only reason we're saying that it'd be that long is just simply to be able to provide the commissioners something to take a look at. If we can get in the October meeting, I'm happy with that for you to take a look at. And so I'm just not sure if we can get it done. Jessica, do you know if we can have it done by that October meeting?
Jessica, our Chief of Staff. We are working on it. We're working with a consultant from UT Austin as well. So we are hoping to do that. We're meeting with the DNA committee. We may be able to make it to the October meeting to provide option. We're very close. So we, of course, will have that mission and the core values. The main thing we want to do in revitalizing is have something that truly reflects the agency. And the ones that we have are no longer current with the agency. And so we want to make sure they reflect what we do now. And so that's why we're being methodical and taking time to do that. And this process has really taken the input of staff. And that's why it's taken a while, is to make sure that we've had meetings. And now that all of those meetings with staff are done, we're working with our consultants and working internally with our Office of Project Management, OPM. I know there's one more team there. We're working with them as this is finalized. The other thing that I'm working with them on will be that final rollout with internal and external staff as well as externally. Because if we just throw this out in an email, it becomes the same as it is now. Nobody can tell you what our core values are or the mission, because they've just been out there. We want all of our staff to truly believe what they're seeing, because then it makes a difference externally as well. So we're working on it, and we want you all to believe in them as well.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't want it to be like one more rule. Where we,
No, it's not true.
And we want you to be able to remember them, so. they should be
And I can tell you that with Julianne Crocker now running the show, we have really, we have really launched it. And she's done a great job of getting it going to a point now that now we have something we can actually, tangible stuff that we can take a look at. So, yeah, we're getting a lot closer to it.
Thank you. Look forward to that.
I don't
Any
know
other questions or for the staff?
I think last time we talked about it a little bit. There's supposed to be some leasing versus, if I recall my thought process, on a vehicle purchase or something. Do you want to talk about it next time?
We're happy to talk about it now, Commissioner. If you look in your booklet, item R2, there's a vehicle purchase versus lease summary of what we, had contemplated since our last discussions. But I'll just read one key paragraph out to you. It says at current price levels, TDLR would be able to purchase 11 full-size trucks at a cost of $47,000 per truck, totaling $517,000, and one Class 4 truck that's a larger, like a F-450, for $70,000 for an overall total of $587,000. After looking at the lease versus purchase options, it was determined that purchase worked out to be a lot more cost effective. So the funding that we had requested, specifically in the money that we got, was for a purchase.
So the question is, are those 11 really needed, or what purpose do they serve?
Yes, those 11 are needed because they will replace the same amount of trucks that have exceeded their life cycle.
What was the typical life cycle of the trucks in the department?
We've got vehicles, on average, over 150,000.
No, age time. How many years?
10 years and over.
So typically, once we go through this one, for the next 10 years, we don't need any more money.
That's what we expect.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And the other thing is we don't expect that the mileage for our new vehicles moving forward will be at the rate that we inherited from PPS and TDO. So we do expect, to buy for 10 years and we're good.
So all these trucks last for 10 years. Randy, write down your, I'm just kidding.
Commissioner Drexler, as Hemant was stating, these were vehicles that we inherited. Whenever we took over the motor fuels program and also the motorcycle program, we took over some of the vehicles. A bulk of the vehicles that we assumed ownership for came from the Department of Ag, when we had that transfer. And, and I'll just let you know, I think we've mentioned in Commissioner before, they didn't not give us the best vehicles. They gave us the bottom of what they had. And now we're going through a replacement process of those because we had vehicles that when we inherited them were already past 10 years and already past 150,000 miles.
So that's a threshold, 10 years or 150,000?
It's the state auditor or the comptroller?
Commissioner Druxbaum, you said we wouldn't need any more money, but that's for these 12 vehicles. We'll still need more money for other vehicles as they age out.
Fair enough. Thank you.
All right, any other? Mike, do you want to put the legislative update in this one since we're gonna discuss in this?
Well, we can. I mean, I think that I don't know if they got any other questions on the divisions, we can move to the legislative update, which would be Steve Bruno coming in.
Okay, be Bruno, okay.
Yeah, but I don't know if we want to.
Is there any more questions for the staff?
Licensing.
None.
Okay, that'll be the next division. So, okay. I guess what will happen now is that we'll move into Eric Beverly's divisions, which would be licensing and education examination. So if they can come up, they can.
Thank you, guys. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Beverly, good to see you.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, could I ask the folks as they're speaking to pull the microphone right up to them? Some of the last presenters were not able to be heard by the folks watching online.
Okay.
Yeah, we just probably need to take that mic over to Eric.
So we have one live mic, so we'll, as we're speaking. Do you mind introducing yourselves? We'll just pass the mic back and forth.
My name is Heather Muir, and I'm the Deputy Director for the Licensing Division.
I'm Dee Dee McKeecher. I'm the Director of Licensing.
Ray Pizarro, Director for the Education and Examination Division.
And Eric Beverly, Deputy Executive Director for Licensing Services. It's great to be with you this morning.
Good to see you. Great. We're just gonna let the questions, Commissioners. Tom, go ahead.
Why isn't anybody smiling? It's question number one.
You should
Hungry.
smile.
Do y'all dislike talking to me that much? Make me feel at home. All right, that's good. So I've been getting a lot of calls, a lot of text messages and emails. I've been forwarding them to Mike. I've never gotten this many in the 10 years I've been on the commission. So it's causing me some concern. Mike, probably 8 in the last 2 months.
At least.
The most recent one last week, a fellow reached out and said, I'm trying to get my master's electrical sign license. The city of Houston now requires you to have a license from the TDLR to put up an electrical sign. He applied on June 13th. I sent the information to Mike. It'd been 6 weeks. He'd lost $300,000 in contracts in that 6 weeks to competitors. This is a small businessman. He can't afford that. It's a concern. That's the latest. Prior to that, a barber friend tried to renew his license. For 3 weeks, he couldn't get the renewal. He didn't cut hair for 3 weeks because he thought he'd end up in jail if he cut hair. Massage therapists, probably 4 or 5 that had applied, paid their $100. It'd been 6 weeks. It's still nothing. Guys, that's why we exist. One purpose, put Texans to work. That's it. Everything else is a distraction. So it seems like the wheels are falling off the bus all at one time. What's going on? Mike came down to visit with me. He told me April, May, that we were up to 13 weeks in some programs. You know, that's unacceptable. You know, we're here to help people. We're here to help Texans, not to be a burden or a hurdle that they have to climb over to get to work, right? We sit here with our government jobs, and we're a little bit removed from the people sometimes that we serve. And this is about service. Let's never forget that. They pay our salaries. This is all about service. And so I think that's probably it. Can somebody help me? What's going on?
Sure, I'd be happy to help. So I'm new in my role. I've been in the role for about a month. And I can tell you that what we're doing right now is that we're doing a data-driven analysis of our workflow from the time that the application is received at TDLR's door until the time that the license is printed. We've done an analysis of 3 programs, including air conditioning, refrigeration, barbering, and cosmetology, and the electrician's program. The trends are favorable. You mentioned the 13-week timeframe at one point. The good news is that the processing timeframes generally are coming down. And I'll be happy to share an analysis with the commission that we did for those 3 programs so that you can look at that information specifically. We're currently working on a 4th program, the massage program, so that we can look at that data as well. Typically, the issue is not online applications, right? Typically, the issue is paper applications, and specifically, it's new paper applications. So as long as we accept paper, you know, there will be additional delays above and beyond what would be expected with an online application. So the data look that we have done, we're looking at by program, and we're also able now to look down at the license type. The next step for us will be to include data about requests for information, whether we receive 1 request for information or multiple requests for information, and then again to dig down and see what programs and license types where we are experiencing multiple requests for information and delays associated with requests for information, and then on a license by license type approach, bird dog that, right, and figure out what's going on. I know, and Dee Dee could probably speak to this, we have been doing cross-training for staff to ensure that we can change it up right and shift staff between 3 teams to meet licensing timeframes. But I agree that the licensing timeframes are not acceptable, and that we want to make improvements, and we're working to do that.
I appreciate that, Eric, and I
Yes,
think,
sir.
we spoke a little bit earlier, we wanna get away from the anecdotal, right? I could give you some names, 8 names or so, and maybe those should be forwarded to you, so you can see what the systemic problems are, right? Instead of just a one-off, fix that guy, because what happens to the person that doesn't know a Rick Figueroa, right, or Lori High? I'm just lucky that, I have a big mouth and I know a lot of people in my community. But I know, my fear and what bothers me is the people I don't know that are just stuck, saying, when is the state gonna help me? When is the state gonna help me? And then they call, and right now the customer service, they're waiting 2 hours on the phone. And that's this week, right? Yesterday I heard that. And so, again, just, you keep in mind who we serve.
Absolutely.
It's those with no voice
Yes,
and entry-level jobs, cutting hair, for goodness sakes.
I never thought, and it's a good point, that, excuse me, that particular, small businessman lost $470,000,
300,000.
Yeah. I never put that two together, that 6 weeks makes a real big difference. I never even thought that if the license doesn't get renewed right away, that they stop cutting hair.
They're scared. I mean, the state of Texas is a scary place. When you're going up against the state of Texas and you're just a barber, right? And you've done everything that you know to do, and your renewal hasn't come. And what do? Do you take the chance of cutting hair and this guy thought he'd end up in jail?
Well, can
Or do you
they-
just, and turns out that it's renewed. And so do we need to consider, we did the emergency provision a while back, remember? During COVID. Are we there where we need to consider that again and start saying, until this backlog is worked through? I mean, is that something that we need to consider?
Can they print their application and still,
Eric,
still
that
cut?
may be a question for you. Where are we? Or Dee Dee? Do we need to consider that? Do we need to say, until we get our ducks in a row, you shouldn't have to pay? I don't mean physically pay, I mean pay the price of not being able to work.
We can
Right.
certainly look into that.
Are we there?
I don't know. As I said, I'm 1 month into the job,
I
and
know,
the
I'm
trend
sorry.
is, the trend is favorable. What I can tell you
Well,
is that.
My question is always on how much work at home are we still doing?
The licensing staff is reporting to the office 5 days a week.
Okay,
When did
because I was
that-
gonna say, if we're taking paper, we
when did that
can't do
start?
that remote,
Beginning of May.
You're gonna-
So our biggest problem, the mic isn't working, we aren't fully staffed.
When
and
you
we're
say Mike
having
isn't
trouble
working, you mean that
hiring
guy
people.
or?
Well, no, so we have more than 8 vacancies right now, and when we do hire people, we've had to fire 2 in the last, that have been there less than a month. So the quality of applicants we're getting is very, very poor, and we're having trouble even getting those. So that's a huge part of our problem. That's the reason it's worse now than it ever has been, is because we have so many vacancies. And we've had this many vacancies for more than 6 months, back to October.
So the cross-training comes in,
Yes.
so. Are there, yes, please.
I can't echo any further emotion what Commissioner Butler's saying. So we need you to offer us a Band-Aid until we can heal the wound. Okay? I'm not sure we have the acumen here and understand the systems well enough to give that Band-Aid. He's offered a solution. We go back to pre-COVID or some sort of scenario, whether it's an interim issue that we can address. And I think it should be addressed prior to our next October meeting, right? We should, the licensee shouldn't wait till October when we meet, so we should be able to have something that you can move on, and I'm sure that we can say, okay, in the interim, this is the Band-Aid until we can get the wounds fixed. And so I think it would be beholden, in my mind, because it is not who we are as an agency. It's not what we've done, and it's not something we want to be known for at all. So I think to make an extraordinary effort in that regard to accommodate, overly accommodate in the interim would be beholden upon us to do that. And I think the commissioners, especially Commissioner Butler, is just expressing that right now. So, in my opinion, and I'm one of 7, in my opinion, I like to see that until we can, trend numbers come down to where they are acceptable. And then we can maybe go into a more permanent solution or more permanent process, right? Because I think the most sentence that he said was, the licensees shouldn't pay for our delays, right? That's not a fair, right? And so we are driven towards getting Texas to work and work well. So again, purely under the frames of keeping safety and security out and foremost for the public as well. But I think we can do that. And so I think that would be what I would ask of you guys to perform to us or give to us quickly. And I think the commission can respond to that appropriately and say, thumbs up and let's go, because to Mr. Butler's point, this is a core competent issue for us. It's not an ancillary issue. So and I'm excited about that, to hopefully respond, learn, and grow. Make
Yes,
sense?
sir. Yes, sir. And we will, after this meeting, we meet weekly to discuss the backlogs and discuss things at the program level, to discuss what's going on and focus on strategies to make a positive change. But we certainly can commit to increased reporting or additional information that would be of use to the commission so that you get a better understanding and comfort level as to what we are doing and where we are.
Is there anything we could fix today?
I think that, I love his passion. You said we don't have staff. I'm proposing that you reallocate staff. You move staff, you grab staff where you have to do this, if that's right, until we can, right? I mean, so if that's I'm not sure if the commissioners wanted to go through litany, but I think that to satisfy the desire for all 7 of us, it might be most vocal, Mr. Butler here, but for all 7 of us to understand that this isn't going to be, we'll see in a month or 2 months. This is going to be by Monday of next week, we'll have this is what's going to be, that type of urgency.
Yes, sir.
Thoughtful process and reallocation of staff if that's the problem. So, and then we'll autopsy what we can do afterwards, but the bottom line is licensees shouldn't have to wait to go to work.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Does it make sense?
Yes, sir, it does.
And I think I'll discuss this with the commission about putting together a work group possibly to start making sure that we're on cue with this.
Mhm.
That could maybe in the interim, because the work group can meet in between commissioner meetings. Okay? And so that's, we'll talk to the staff about that, but that'll be our responsibility because it's on us as well.
And Mr. Chairman, along that line, you have the ability to appoint a work group at any time. So if there are 3 commissioners that were willing to serve and want to be on the work group, you're right, that work group can meet with staff anytime to be able to address that. I can tell you that, it's a part of what I challenged Eric coming into it was begin to start decreasing that. And we have a report that we were fortunate to be able to gather together for, and actually he's sitting in the back, it's Gabriel De Ochoa, he's with the governor's office, who's asked for this information as well. And our data analyst, Meg Peel, put together, looking at times coming in of when we actually have the application hit our door to the times the application is actually going out the door. And she did analysis of all that. And it's amazing, and we'll provide this for you. It's amazing how you see that online applications, they're done rapidly. The paper applications are what is bogging us down. It's just a labor-intensive process. And so that's a part of what Eric is now going to be able to start taking a look at is, okay, what can we do to remove some of these processes? Can we remove processes? Are there impediments to get these licenses out the door quickly? We have another issue that Eric's beginning to start taking a look at, which we call our RFI process, which is a request for information. So if an application comes in that's incomplete, then we put that in the stack until we get that information back and we're working other applications. Eric is beginning to start taking a look at that and say, okay, what can we do to begin to start decreasing the number of RFIs that we have? Because sometimes it may be just a simple phone call of calling somebody and say, hey, we don't have this information. Can you give it to me right quick? Fill out the application. Okay, thanks. We'll go and continue the process. those are the type of simple things I think that we can do. It's a matter of figuring out in our process how we can do them. We've identified some things. It's just a matter of now how we can put it into our system to make sure that we can get it done. But it is a battle that this agency has been fighting for years.
The paper?
But that goes
You talk
back-
about paper after? Then maybe that's it, but let's, no sacred cows, right? Let's talk about everything. We don't have to make the decisions, but let's talk about what the impediments are. Because, you get these backlog reports weekly, right, or monthly, or how often do you get them, Mike?
We're now able to generate these kind of on a real-time basis with what Meg is able to do. So, I mean, she's able to process this fairly quickly. So, and I'm not saying that the licensing system is gonna be our saving grace, that's not it. But what we see is that online is done rather quickly. So moving all of our applications on programs
Sure.
to an online basis will help out tremendously.
And so, to Rick's point, right, once we hit some threshold, we may say this is the emergency 90-day thing. If we hit 5 weeks, maybe, I mean, at some point, when are they gonna stop paying for our sins?
Right.
Is it 4 weeks? Is it 3 weeks? Is it 2 weeks? What hurdles do we put for our licensees?
Correct.
Because the backlog is creeping up.
Right.
Maybe we need to have that policy or criteria before it gets to 13 weeks, so that at 4 weeks, we say, that's it, this kicks in, the emergency procedure kicks in, and we go to 90-day renewals automatically or something. I don't know what the magic number is, I don't know what the criteria is, but I can tell you it's not working.
I agree.
13 weeks is so unfair.
I agree.
Right, and it's frustrating. And so, let's have that conversation, and let's have it quickly.
Yes, sir.
People are waiting right now for licenses. People are losing money to competitors because we don't have our stuff together. That's unacceptable.
And I can tell you also,
Totally
some of
unacceptable.
it's just an education process, Commissioner Butler, because during a renewal, where some individuals believe that they haven't gotten the renewal license yet, they believe they can't work.
Yes.
But if it's in a renewal process, they can continue to work. But they're not aware of that, and so some of it's just an education. I think it's a multifaceted approach that we're gonna have to take, and I look forward to having a work group assigned, Chairman, so that we can work, and I think it's gonna be very revealing to the work group, the pain points that we have in this agency, and they are very real. The 13 weeks, 9 weeks, those are very real pain points that we're having to deal with, and I agree with you 100%, and that is a part of what the challenge is for Eric and his group right now, is to be able to get to that point. And I think we're on our way, and I think that, you made a statement that, that the backlog is increasing, but the data that we show you actually tell you the backlog is decreasing, which tells us that we've had this problem existing for a year or two before. COVID really hit us bad. If you look at our COVID numbers, our backlog was astronomical, and we've actually begun the trend downwards towards that. It's still not an acceptable number, and we need to find what that buffer is, what that acceptable number is in these paper applications. And once we can live with that acceptable time frame, then we need to stay at that. And that's a part of what I challenge licensing system is find that acceptable number, that acceptable gap that you can live with, and let's stay in that. Because one of the things I told the managers when I challenged them, I said, look, we're gonna decrease this backlog down, and the second part is we're gonna keep it down. And so that's a part of what I've already told our managers in licensing division.
Well, I'm gonna go back to my other question. Today, right now, what percentage of TDLR employees are at the office?
TDLR employees?
Yeah, I mean, they're not working remote.
I don't actually have a percentage for you. What happens is that right now they come in 2 days a week throughout the entire agency. The staff comes in 2 days a week. All of our team comes in 2 days a week. They work from home 3 days a week.
Well, how are we, because what you're telling me is online is going fast. Obviously, that's being done at home. And the paper isn't getting done in the office because we don't have people there.
Well, but the paper only goes to licensing, and they're in the office 5 days a week.
But I mean, are we getting to where we're gonna be back 100%, or is this gonna be our model going forward on that much remote?
Yeah, I can tell you that we moved to this current model that we have right now. And when I moved to the 2 days a week, I mentioned my managers, directors, and executive team come in 3 days a week. I mentioned to the team then when I talk to the entire agency, is that, I mean, we're here now, and
But I mean,
understanding.
it's like we're talking about this, but it's like, are we gonna get back to 100% in the office?
He said he has a new model.
Yeah, at this point in time, I'm not anticipating 100%.
No, hang on. I think Eric Beverly had Beverly, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Weston, for the licensing division staff, they're in the office 5 days a week.
Well, I know, you told me
Yes,
that.
sir. Yes, sir.
But
I
I'm
just wanted-
thinking, okay, if we're still behind, we need other people in the office that can help pull in some of this.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
understood.
If you can give Commissioner Weston that information, that would be
Yeah, we
great.
can, and we in the past, and we have done kind of an all hands on deck, where we have other individuals within the agency that will go and,
Right.
with a very short time
But
frame
they
to
gotta
help
be
out.
in there.
Yeah, and they have done that as well.
You can now allocate the resources. Commissioner Garcia.
Why can't we start eliminating the paperwork? I mean, we're behind the times. Why can't we, on the computer, start saying, by next year, everything's gonna be done online? And people who are sending paper respond and say, you will need to have access. I mean, we need to start weaning them from paper to make our jobs easier.
Yes, and, there are short-term options, right, in terms of messaging, where there is an online application process available, and people are choosing to do paper instead. Part of it could be messaging, hey, we're gonna be open and honest about our processing timeframes with you. If you do it online, it's less than a week. If you do it paper, you're looking at multiple weeks, whatever that number is. And so I think that it is, to Mike's point, it's a multi-pronged approach, but it is, we're looking at the data, we're working to make data-driven decisions, right? And we're diving in, and we're building those visualizations and those dashboards now, so that we can dive in by program, by license, and understand what's going on and where the pain points are with
I
that
like
process.
that message. I think that would really help.
All right. Commissioner Doctorow.
Okay. I appreciate, I know it's been a short term. When you talk about the license renewal, what's holding up on the renewals right there? How is the current process out right now playing out? How do people get renewals?
I imagine it varies by program and by license type.
99% of the problem with renewals is they don't have the continuing education completed.
So, statute says that if you have met all the requirements, paid the fee, you're pretty much licensed, correct?
It says you can continue to operate until the license is denied, so yes.
Okay.
Or accept.
So is it fair to say that today, if people are looking and trying to go for their licenses or something, they've done whatever the requirements they've done, they paid the fee, and we are, I don't know how far we're behind, they're still licensed, correct?
Says, in the truest sense of the word, they can continue to practice.
Yeah, fair enough. So, why is this taking so long right there, when a statute clearly states that one, it's not continually practiced right there. I'm a licensee in the engineering board right there. I said I did all those stuff right there, period. Why do we need to poke our nose into their stuff right there? Because they paid the fee, assuming that they're going to get it, as Commissioner Butler pointed out, and we can't get that stuff because I requested this licensing backlog, whatever it is, sometime in May. Probably it'll come next couple of months. I will see what it is. But I don't know the trends. I have no idea what it is. When Commissioner Butler mentions right now that there is a paper trail or something, even today's meeting, we don't see anything coming out right now. Like the budget or something, what it is. Is it something designed that we don't need to know what's going on?
Oh, no, absolutely not. That is,
Fair enough, fair enough.
I'd love to have your input.
Well, I'm going to come and propose something. You said you've been having staff problems. I don't know what the staff problems are. Also, I think Chair and the Commissioners, it's about time, okay? When people are saying that they can't work right there, we're twiddling our thumbs right here, evaluating. I give props that's future stuff right there. We got to take action right now. If we can't put people to work right there, I better go home. I'm not going to come again here. Today, we got to do something. In terms of your staff decisions, you said you don't have it. Let's have a license workshop. I'll come here, help you guys on Friday or whatever it is, pick up. commissioners, let's volunteer right there to see what we can release. This is totally unacceptable. I had a guy right there who was trying to do electrical work in my home. He said they sent 4 times the applications or something. I don't know if we are having a hard time with the hard copy applications. Why don't we have him send it on an electronic Dropbox? John would come up with a fancy way to load, upload, whatever it is. Why do we need to do it? They said they got 4 times and he couldn't even get that license. And when I asked them more probing questions, they were scared. They didn't want to talk. I'm really, ashamed that we got ourselves into this bind right now. Given what it is, we can't leave today without taking some action on those pending or whatever the licenses, because we got to keep, as Commissioner Butler mentioned, we got to keep the wheels of the engine moving right there. I understand, looking back, again, I'm a statute person. People have written that one. Council, you can look at it, 51.408, emergency license. That's about 90 days, okay? If people have genuinely submitted, whatever the case it is, it's our internal stuff, we don't have staff, dog ate my homework, that's all can stay outside. What do we need to do today? Before we go, we got to do something. You all tell us, we need to do a 90-day or a 21-day, your temporary license program. If we need to do something, we can come back again after 21 days something. Well, we need to do something. Without that, I'm going to stay here.
That's a good point. Y'all are the experts. Any ideas, suggestions? What would you offer? Our renew, do you want to talk by program? Do you want to talk by?
I think the most constructive approach we can take is to go back, process your feedback, and develop some options, and then communicate those to you, as expediently as we can, to let you know what we're doing, what we think is going to help us to move the ball, right, in a favorable direction.
Eric, due respects, okay? I understand new applications on the renewals. What's the mechanism to put them back right there? If they're concerned about that they can't work, I don't think so. We need to go in the enforcement mode or something. Is there a provision right now that those people can continue to work till we figure out where our papers are, or till we figure out? I'm assuming that they send the money out, we are probably cashing them, correct?
Yes, we have obligations to cash money.
Don't they have obligations? Again, due respect, it's not you, it's us. Don't they have an obligation that I paid, I need service, I need to earn my money? Don't you think that we got to do something?
Absolutely. And this is me. I was hired to work to address this.
Thank you. But can we do something today, Chair and Commissioners? It's our deal.
What are you proposing, Commissioner?
If they have met all the requirements of what it is, whether continuing education and paid their fee or something, as statute 51.408 states, we can give them emergency license for 90 days till we figure out our 13 weeks, 5 weeks, whatever the weeks it is.
But isn't the problem is that they aren't available with that because they're short-staffed. They're not available to get to those people who are applying. So I would imagine that it's staff, lack of staff is where the problem is. So if somebody's sending, okay, they have 90 days, but you have an open vet, so.
And Commissioner Druckstrom, I think that what I want to do is I want to separate between a new application and a renewal application. The renewal application, sometimes, as Dee Dee was mentioning, is, 98% of is, have they taken the continuing education? But when they submit that to us, and if there's a verification process that we're doing, they can continue to work. And I think that that's where I talk about the education,
But Mike, I'm sorry, Mike, you know that, they don't know that.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, that's the education process, and an emergency license is not going to help that. Because now you're saying, okay, we have a renewal application that we're working, but we're gonna issue an emergency application, which is.
No, hold on, I'm not saying they're not going to apply for any more. They've applied right there, they can, the paperwork is stalled somewhere, we have all the excuses in the world. I'm not going to go right there. Their applications, if they believe that they submitted right there, if they believe that they have done the continuing education, which our folks believe, first of all, we got to leave it to the guy, he got to testify, whatever it is, that I took all the continuing education. If we falsified, then we can have our enforcement go for it. But the question is, why are we poking our nose right there in folks right there who are saying that they took the continuing education? Why do I need to send our staff out? Have they really did this, the continuing education? If they say, state under oath that, hey, I've done this, we got to believe in them and let them work?
And the process by which we're doing that is when they submit that continuing education to us, again, they can continue to work. And that may be an education process that we have to work with the TILA and our media team to let people know, look, if this is a renewal application, unless you hear different from us, keep working. I mean, there's nothing that's prohibiting you
Sorry,
from
Barry, we
work.
should have done this, whatever it is, the time frame before we hit the backlog. But today, we got to move on. Okay?
yeah, I think-
We can't afford this.
So I share his frustration, and I share the oversized emotion on this issue. And so Eric is trying to be as calm as possible here and saying, let's take the data-driven approach, and I appreciate that. But I think Sajid's point, if I may, is that we're here. What can we do today to lighten the load for our licensees? And I think part of why he's reaching and pushing and pulling is we're not getting anything. I mean, is there something we can do, or is it just, do we need to look at the data and take a week? I mean, is there nothing we can do today? We're here. What do you want? Here's your shopping list. What today? Is there something we can do? Is it the emergency thing that we used to do during COVID, or is it nothing? I mean, tell us.
And I would certainly
Just
defer
'cause
to
we're here.
Doug, because, it typically would have to be an agenda item, right? So,
For an emergency,
Yeah, it would
I
have to
don't
be
know
an
that it's
agenda item.
warranted.
And you'd probably get with our general counsel, but I believe in order for the commission to take action that is being recommended right now, it would have to be an agenda item, which is not on the agenda.
Fair enough.
But the work group, I
let-
think,
let
is an
me
excellent
stop that.
idea.
Okay,
Step in.
look, yeah, thank you. The answer, you were asked the question twice.
Yes,
You
sir.
gave us the answer. That's your answer.
And-
And you said you want to go back, reassess, come back to us ASAP as to what the solution. That's the answers, Commissioner, that's the answers. We can motion and do all things. I will assign a work group. I'll talk to the commissioners. I'll assign a work group. There'll be 3 commissioners to work along parallel with you.
thank you.
Absolutely. So you'll have the perpetual presence of the commission, and maybe you don't even need a motion. Maybe there's something we can do without. We understand that the bulk of the problem that you stated is communication, because they can work, they just don't know that. And so that's something, so some of these things can be addressed very systematically. We understand, we want to make sure that you are owning the process as well as we are owning the process and with you. So we're going to jointly own it and make sure that it isn't delayed. And every commissioner here is very empathetic, and we can go on for another hour. But let's start with that, and then so we have done something. We created a work group. We have given you marching orders to respond to us in the quickest fashion as you possibly can, to continue the perpetual improvement of this and to see where we go. And we'll follow it as closely as possible. Okay?
Yes, sir.
As a body.
Understood.
And I will be on that work group personally. Okay? And I'll make sure that the commissioners are fully aware of this, as they can communicate that to anybody who's coming there. And we don't want, because you know a commissioner, you get something else because the person that doesn't know one. We understand that. So the macro communication, the macro strategy for the Joe electrician, or Jane, whatever, barber, or hairdresser, we want that macro strategy so that it is not a one-off scenario. And we appreciate the effort that you're doing. We appreciate the intensity by which this is given to us, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions, Commissioner?
Mr. Chair, may I ask, could we have those metrics at every meeting from now on, the backlog, the customer service backlog, and maybe this work group can define what those metrics should be that's presented to us?
Absolutely.
So that this doesn't bite us on the behind in the future, right?
Definitely.
We weren't aware of it, you were, right? I want to be aware of it from now on, okay? And so,
It can be a perpetual.
from now on,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is there a
that's not a
motion?
problem. We'll make
You
sure
have-
we
You have a
get that.
motion, or you?
No, well, I'm not done yet, because, I'm sorry. I think, coming back on this one, because if we do really need a action item or something, maybe we need to meet next Monday through online or something, we got to get something done.
Sure. We'll hear from the expert,
But
and he'll get back to us.
Because the fact is, you gotta put a 72-hour notification right there, so I don't know when, I think,
Do you have a motion, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
What's your motion?
My motion is, we reconvene with the data presented by Deputy Executive Director Eric Beverly on the license process, what we can do. If we need to expedite with respect to, the emergency license.
That'll be on the agenda, I guess?
On the agenda. We gotta put that on.
What's your
Commissioners,
motion?
if I may, Doug Jennings, General Counsel. In the interest of the importance of the topic, I haven't chimed in, and we're getting increasingly farther and farther afield from the staff report nature of this agenda item. And so my recommendation to you would be that in the agenda for the next meeting, we include an agenda item on this, and we can take action at that point. But I really think we're edging to that point where we're not in compliance with the Open Meetings Act to the extent that this wasn't properly noticed, this action wasn't properly noticed to the public.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor.
And
Okay.
if we need to schedule an emergency meeting or some other type of interim meeting before October, I'll take your direction on that and give you options.
We'll get back to it. Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Chair, if you want that, I'm going to add that on the discussion of upcoming commission meetings. We can set our meeting next week sometime. That's what I'm going to do.
We're going to talk to council about it. We'll let you know when the meeting is set.
Well, we're going to set it up right there, okay.
Thank you. All right. Anything else?
You've handled yourself extremely well. Don't let emotion on my part come off as anger or anything other than I am so impressed with Mike. You did a great job picking this young man. Take that from an old man. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you so much. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, I know that we've been talking about licensing, but we also have education examination.
Okay.
Ray Pizarro, in the
Ray.
event that you have any questions for him as
You
well.
sure you want to poke your head up?
That oversees.
I'd stay down, bro. How are you? That's me.
But I just want to make sure that you know that he's
Keep your
available.
head down.
Smart guy.
Is there anything you want to add?
Unless you have questions, I don't have any.
Okay. Does anybody have questions for education?
You're doing a great job, obviously.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric.
Mr. Chairman, the next staff reports that we have will be under Christina Kaiser's group, which would be IT, ISO, enforcement.
Not ISO.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. IT, enforcement, RPM, field inspection, which would be Fernando.
Ms. Kaiser, come on.
There aren't any more chairs at that table, so I'll answer questions from here if I'm needed.
Not good enough, Christie.
I think that's the mic.
Commissioners, if you don't mind, I'll just mention to you, at the table today for field inspections, we have Fernando Reyes, who is one of the managers, and he is filling in for this meeting today because the Director of Field Inspections position is vacant because Eric Beverly was just promoted to his Deputy Executive Director role.
Which seat you prefer, Eric?
All right. You want each of you introduce yourselves, that way the commissioners know.
Ron Foster, Director of Enforcement. Fernando Reyes, South Region Manager, Field Inspections.
John Fowler, I'm the Chief Information Officer.
And Charlotte Melder, I'm the Director of RPM, soon to be Compliance.
All right.
Yeah, I think we may have an issue with the mic, so if Fickle can hear me, we may need to do something about the mics.
Is that from here?
They're available for any question
Yeah.
that you may have concerning their divisions.
Commissioners?
How does the field operations work?
The field inspection,
Inspection.
Commissioner?
Speaking to Fernando.
Fernando Reyes, South Region Manager. So field inspections, we have inspectors conduct inspections.
Fernando, can you speak
Fernando,
up?
can you use the mic?
Inspectors conduct inspections. Previously, they were on a periodic cycle, but we now have a risk-based system that we use, and we apply that criteria to the inspections, and we have inspectors slated across the state who conduct inspections in programs that require an inspection to be completed.
Are any of these surprise visits or just scheduled?
They are all surprise visits. Yeah. We do have programs where it's in the statute where we do notify them. We give them a reasonable time to be present for the inspection. We comply with that, but they are, we have a time frame for that particular program, and we set that up, and then we come in unannounced.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Duxbury?
Thank you. On the enforcement, I think, looking at the statistics, the average time to close is about 213 days. That's what it shows. So we're looking at about 7 months from the day supposed to be an enforcement issue popped up. Is it fair?
Yes.
And the complaints resolved within the 6 month, the graph is going down. There's something we got to do to make it push up a little bit. From 2021, it was about 60.3%. 22 is 56.2% to 56% in 23. Is that something of a concern to you?
No.
Why so?
I'm glad you are asking this question, and I was hoping you would ask me what you could do for me, like you were asking before, because I do need some help.
We've used that a lot.
Yes, I do need some help, and I'm going to push some buttons right now, and I'm totally unscripted, so I'll let my boss tell me when I've gone too far. You've heard already conversations about limited resources, right? I hope, does everyone have the dashboard or the enforcement information in front of you? As Commissioner Drakoshodam pointed out a couple of the key statistics, I'd like you to look at the first one, cases opened. That has gone up. How much, sir? Almost 2,600 cases in the last 2 years, right? Without any additional resources being provided, okay? So you're asking me why do cases take longer? Because the case numbers went up significantly, and at the same time, you have staff shortages. Unfortunately, you cannot just replace an attorney by moving someone from another division and saying, hey, do some legal work over here. So when you're down 4 attorneys at, 4 or 5 attorneys, and you're down double digits in your investigators for your division, you have to get, quality replacements. And as I said, I'm going to push some buttons right now because I believe it was Commissioner Butler said our main purpose is licensing, and I do agree with that. But there's another part of that, which is regulation, which is what I call my team, the enforcement team. We do regulation. I need your support, right, to keep people safe. And I want to draw your attention on my chart to the number of orders that we work, right? In the last, as you can see, these last 3 fiscal years, very significant number of orders that we've reached, right? And these numbers, if you will see, 531 agreed orders just in this current fiscal year, right? So we're not done yet, so I'm expecting we're going to exceed fiscal year 22. The blue ones, the default orders, right? And then the one you can barely see that's a smudge is the 9 orders from the commission. The 9 orders from the commission. So our team is doing a tremendous amount of work where we're getting to an agreement on a settlement on cases. The ones that are not good cases, if you look at the graph right below that, or actually the chart for, you see other informal resolutions. Well, that includes cases that were closed, cases where we found no violation, cases where we might have had refunds and restitution, and we let the person off the hook because they made the consumer whole. You look at the numbers there, 5,639 of those cases in this fiscal year, again, far exceeding last fiscal year. You look at the number of warning letters. Again, you issued a warning letter today on one of our contested cases, right, that we went to so on. I'm not going to re-argue that. But we had 19 of those cases as well, right? 1,900 of those cases where we issued warning letters. So I want you to see that we're working very hard to focus our limited resources on the most serious health and safety risks and where financial harm came to people. And so when we'll start looking at the figures of how many cases were resolved within 6 months, or how many resulted in disciplinary action. As a prosecutor, in the past, I would be lying if I said that didn't give me pause, because I want to go after people as hard as I can. But we're in a new reality today. We're trying to get restitution and refund for people. It takes more time to get people to get into negotiated settlements, right? That's not the same as just issuing a penalty and having no due process. You have to work through that. So the fact that those numbers for disciplinary action have decreased, I'm okay with that, because it means we're making more Texans whole, and we're getting restitution for them. And as far as the result within 6 months, it doesn't surprise me. If we're working very hard to prioritize our cases as the Sunset Commission asked us to do, in which my team has done a fantastic job to implement, it's going to take more time to focus those limited resources when you're down with your manpower to get that work done. And I can tell you, my team is similar to other teams. It's been very hard getting quality applicants into positions and getting them trained up and getting productive. As you know how many programs we have to divide our resources over all those 38 programs. I'm
Thank
sorry, did I answer your question in that rant?
You answered it long, short, but I'm gonna ask a simple question. You know, thank you. What
Bad
you
as
said,
I
you know.
am, Ron.
Don't get me going.
Ron, good
You know,
job.
safety is important. I understand
It is
this one.
absolutely important.
How much more staff you need, or what you lacking right now?
I need to hire the FTEs that Mike has graciously given to me with the money that we have. And it's my understanding that the budget is not enough to give us all of the FTEs that we've been allocated. I think if we were given that 5% back, and exec can argue about that, we would have probably the resources that we at least need. We're implementing prioritization, which I believe is going to ultimately reduce our caseloads, because we're going to be closing cases that lack any kind of merit more quickly, and cases that don't involve health and safety risk and do not involve serious financial harm, we'll be able to close those cases. We're going to just have to, basically, under the resources that we have. And one thing I didn't mention, Commissioner, is I told you how many cases we opened, right, was 9,687. The number of cases that don't even get out of the complaint stage is usually about twice that number at my intake section, where my manager, Cheryl Wilson, her team does a wonderful job of reviewing those complaints that come in, getting requests for information when we need it to open a case and move forward, and if necessary, closing it when we don't get the information we need.
Can you start putting that also, the total right there, because some of them may be frivolous for you all, but I think, you know.
That's a
it
good
shows-
point. I actually made a note on that I want to see it on here myself, so I'll make sure that happens.
No, I understand you and the licensing are like two eyes right there. You know, if one of them dysfunctional, then we all have a problem right there. We hear that one. So the thing, what I'm trying to see is, I understand if you need resources or something, bring it up or something. I'm pretty sure that you would be willing to work or something.
Well, can I be frank with you? Okay, requiring everyone to come into the office 5 days a week is not going to make us competitive with our attorneys when they can go to other state agencies and work from home. I've already lost numerous attorneys because they can go other places and work from home and do review of court cases. All the court cases at SOA are being done remotely, for the most part. So you're going to make me have a difficult time getting more professionals in the office because people don't want to do that. They have too many other options.
I understand it. I'm one of those. If you're happy with the productivity right there, you have to make your choice. And I don't know, that's me talking about it. But it's your deal. If you think comfortable with your attorneys or staff, what it is, you know, there's no point in coming in Austin traffic for about 1.5 hours.
Absolutely, and I would love to have that flexibility.
Well, why don't you?
Well, Mike has given me that flexibility right now. I'm just waiting to see what y'all are going to say if you take that away. So I'm waiting.
So you're enticing us?
That's why I'm mentioning it.
Why are you assuming we're trying to take it away?
I'm hearing the conversation here from Dr. Weston in particular. I'm hearing him loud and clear, but I understand how difficult it is to get professionals on staff. And I've been short-staffed for way too long. Is my mic not working?
He was talking about the mail, right?
Well, I was doing on deal, and that brings up another question, you know, is we've got everything concentrated here, and if everybody doesn't want to work at the office here, you know, are we better to look in the future to breaking up different segments and go to places where, because I know Austin, I'm driving in yesterday and I'm hearing they're all up in arms because they're working 3 days a week.
I absolutely agree. I had a very good friend of mine who I worked with at for another state agency before TDLR, and she retired and she wanted to come work for me from Houston, where I lived at, and I couldn't hire her to do that, right, under the current circumstances. So those are challenges that we face as an agency and as a division of getting people. I know that some of the divisions have been allowed to go and hire people throughout the state, and I think that's probably on the horizon to give us more flexibility. So it's not about getting people in the office, it's about getting good people that can do the work, be productive, and be competitive with other agencies. And, you know, I've lost people to the private sector too. Attorneys have a lot of flexibility. They don't have to work for the states. I've had people go work for NGOs and private practice and other places. So I need as much flexibility as possible. I also do, to Commissioner Castaneda's question, I didn't respond, but I also have field staff, my investigators that work out in the field, probably 30 or so, that do surprise inspections of a sort, right, on-site investigations for the complaints that come into our office. We don't tell people we're about to come there and look at what they're doing.
Mr. Chair, would it be time for maybe the commission to look at this post-COVID now, see what the new realities, what they have to face on a daily, and then us have that conversation? Because, and I want to get back to you about the 5% in a second, but maybe it's time to have that conversation, to see where our strengths and weaknesses are. Again, no sacred cows. Maybe we break the agency up into different autonomous regions. That way, everybody doesn't have to come to Austin. In the legal department or the enforcement department, maybe you can work from Huntsville. Maybe you can. So maybe regions. That way, if licensing gets bogged down in Abilene, Houston can pick up the slack or something like that. It's time to maybe post-COVID to say, let's look at it with fresh eyes, see what the next 100 years for TDLR is going to look like. I don't know, but what I'm hearing is what possibly Dr. Weston had mentioned is not going to work for you. It may work in another department. So let's have that conversation. You're a good strategic thinker, Mr. Figueroa.
Commissioner Butler and Commissioner Weston, the two of you have kind of been singing my song. The one thing that I know is that in this post-COVID world, they're just not the way it used to be. And Ron has alluded to it eloquently, is that we are battling agencies that are saying, you know what, we're not going to come back in the office, and so we're losing to those. I can tell you that when Sharon can probably come up here in a little bit when she gives a report if you have questions for her, but there's the 3 A's that we're battling with right now: attorneys, administrative assistants, and accountants. Those are the 3 A's that we're battling and getting those positions filled. And the conversation that we've had internally with the executive team is taking a look on a statewide basis of some of the positions that we can fill and starting to look outside of that. And I'm glad you're having this conversation, because I'm glad we're now in the open for it, because we've had this conversation with the executive team. There are some positions that honestly we don't pay enough on a starting salary to live in Austin.
But in Hallettsville or in Huntsville,
It's
that
a
may be the
great
top paid
job.
position in
And I can tell you, I
industry.
had a couple of senators when we were meeting with them, that they told us that. I had a Senator Charles
I've had
Perry
two,
said,
yes.
you know what, I know of a lot of people in Lubbock, Texas, that would love to have a state job and work from home. And so those are things that we're now beginning to start taking a look at, and we're having that conversation. We're trying to take care of the immediate that we have and having that future conversation going on at the same time, but understand we got these immediate needs we have to deal with. But you're exactly right. We are now in that world that we have to say, okay, we need to try to hire some folks that are not here. My customer service division, they're hiring folks from throughout the state of Texas. My IT division, they're hiring individuals from throughout the state of Texas, not located in Austin. I agree. It may be time for us to begin to start taking a look at some of those other positions that we now can have in a statewide basis. And so I agree. That is, and you know, I think we've got an HR work group as well. We just push everything in the work group. We have an HR work group that may be the conversation we want to have on how we begin to start working in that and how we start looking at that whole framework.
This past weekend, I was at the Frio River, and a friend of mine is on the school board for the Leakey School Board. And so in conversations with some of the folks there, they've gone from a 1A school to a 2A school during COVID. Because so many people said, okay, I'll socially distance, I'll go to Lakey, where there's, one person per 6,000 acres. And so their school has now grown because people that can work, educated folks, have moved there because they can work remotely. And so it's a different world.
Yes, it
And
is.
we need to acknowledge that, or we're gonna be left behind, the struggles that you're having.
Right.
So let's have that conversation. That's what we're here for.
I'm with you.
So let's do this.
I want to be on that work group.
Right. So, you are, his focus is on you, so we'll, I appreciate it, but I want to say two things, right? As Commissioner, I love, this is the first time we've kind of did the roundabout like this with the staff, and I think it's very engaging, it's very hands-on, and I love the Commissioner's response to this. To Commissioner Butler and the Commission as a whole report, right? Dealing with HR across the board is an issue, so it's not exclusive to enforcement or anything. We recognize that challenge, and we realize that it's actually systemic of, I'm struggling personally with my company trying to find the right people, so it is what it is, and so we do need to be aware of that. I think it takes two, one, to hold that into the HR arena and what that evolution of the workforce looks like post-COVID workforce, and how we can integrate those attributes to attract the best talent while maintaining the highest level of service and enforcement, right? And it's an art. It's not math, right?
And that's what keeps people safe.
Right, and that's what we want. It's because it's paramount in that regard. So we do it. I think, Mike, this falls squarely in your lap as a macro to get back to the commission and figure out what that looks like for us and Christine as well, to get this to say, hey, what does that post-COVID workforce look like, and how do we do that? Because it's something we're going to have to address and maybe change some things around. And there are no sacred cows, and so we'll get that taken care of. I got a question for you real quick.
Yes, sir.
And this is about, do you feel the commission understands your processes?
No.
Thank you.
Let him finish the question.
Oh, no, I think
I think I'm going to say no more than one time through this sentence, so I'm
I got
jumping on the
answer.
first
I got
part.
the answer I knew I was going to get. Right. I don't think that, and so when the commission deals with a case, right, I try to stay neutral as possible. When they deal with a case, do you as an enforcer think they understand what you go through to process that case?
No.
No, let me finish the sentence here.
It-
I'm giving you
There's a lot of
I'm gonna
ifs
give you the
in
stage
here.
in a second. I'm making it pretty for you here, Ron. Just making it pretty for you. Because I don't think they do. I think they maybe, and I want you to give you an opportunity to communicate them directly, look each of them in the eye, and say, this is what we do, and to understand. So when we handle the case at commission meeting, what that looks like.
Yeah.
Now the stage is set. Go ahead, Ron.
Well, let me start with this. Look at my enforcement chart again that you have there. If you look at the very bottom, it talks to you about the sources of the cases that we've had, and I want you to notice how there's literally been almost threefold increase in the number of department type of cases that have been opened. That is your hardworking inspectors and RPM, soon-to-be compliance, technical specialists that have generally help us to open up cases when they do their work and they see that someone that we are inspecting hasn't done their job. Now, at the same time, the criminal history cases that we review, that my division also does that, right, to make sure that everyone that comes, that gets a license is safe for you to have in your house. I always think about my son and my daughter and my wife. Do I want that person fixing the air conditioning in my house? Or looking at the pool? The criminal history is very important, but it's been very stable, right? That's pretty consistent. And you see that with the consumer complaints, there's actually been a bit of a decline, and I think that's probably just a residual impact of COVID, right? Because a lot of people not using our licensees' services. You don't go out to get a massage as much, you don't go get your nails done as much, you don't file a complaint because you didn't go in the first place, right? But I want you to really take note of how important it is to us as prosecutors to have those our in-house experts who we rely upon that have decades of experience in these programs, sometimes coming to us from other agencies even, but our own in-house ones too that have worked for TDLR for decades. And those are our experts. And as you may well know, we also do hire experts on our cases. We sign contracts to hire experts so that we can have them, if it's a midwife or speech pathologist or podiatrist or somebody like that, and we need that expertise, they will be licensed. But we don't always necessarily need that on our case to prove to the SOA judge, who, by the way, is also a neutral fact finder in our cases, right? So when a case comes to us and we review it with our experts and we make a determination that there's actually a violation, and keep in mind, this is a small percentage of the cases. I've already pointed out how many we warn and close on. What you have is left over is really the worst of the worst.
Right.
What you're looking, the ones that go to SOA and become in front of you are the worst of the worst usually, right? Because most people, when they realize they've done something wrong, they'll fess up to it. They'll make an agreed order with you. You'll give them a fine. They'll go about their business and they'll clean up their act. If they've screwed someone over, they'll give them restitution or give them a refund, right? That's our job. We make sure that happens. But the few people that don't seem to get it through their heads that they did something wrong, they end up getting to a contested case and we go to SOA. And that's a very big mountain to climb right there, because the SOA judge is neutral and they're very favorable, generally speaking. Am I going too far off target,
No.
GC? I want to make sure I'm careful here.
Preach.
They are very favorable to unrepresented respondents, right? It's very hard for us to prove those cases, okay? You don't see 20 of them on your docket. You normally see 1 or 2 here and there, because we do our utmost to get agreement on what the penalty should be and to get that settled. So the very few that come in front of you, I really need you to understand what is going on in that case, to understand how the judge weighed the evidence. The judge is the fact finder, and you're looking at it basically to see that the evidence supports what that judge is recommending to you. And it's not to have everyone testify again under oath in front of the commission.
Great, thank you.
I don't know if that was helpful or
No,
not.
and I will, it's a rhetorical question.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so don't answer it.
As hard as it's gonna be.
Are you
It's-
gonna make an
it's
admission,
diffi-
right?
It would be difficult to do your job if you felt the commission didn't have your back.
Yes. It's
You
very,
answered.
it,
I know.
yes.
I didn't want to look at it. I didn't want to imply that. And I'm looking at this, and this is important, especially, you know, as the new commissioners come on board, right? It's a lot. And so, you know, as much as amplification of these licensees, which is justifiable, there's a crosstalk on this as far as the enforcement safety of the Texan citizens of Texas, right? And so that is beholden upon you. So I want to make sure that we understand who and what you guys do and why you do what you do in the process when it gets here, because it's sometimes hard for us to comprehend because we all got day jobs, except for Weston, he didn't have a job, but everybody else has a day job. But that's the idea. And so I that's why I didn't want you to answer, because I think it's important. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
Here, one question. I think, how many of your attorneys, all your attorneys in Austin or just?
Yes, all of my attorneys are in Austin, and
No,
I'm
I gave
supposed
you
to have
clue-
18 and I have
gave you a clue on the
14.
table right there. If you look at it, in 21, during the COVID time, your efficiency was 60.3% versus today it is 56% right there.
As I
Thank
s-
you, counsel.
Well, again, you know, one of the things we've been doing in the interim, sir, is to try to implement prioritization, which is what Sunset asked us to do. You know how much work my team has had to go through thousands of cases to try to prioritize those cases and to assess which ones are the top priorities, and then we have all these processes set up to work those cases in different time frames. And of course, if we're fortunate, we might close some of those cases when we realize they're not top priority. But that takes a lot of work to do, and we're still in the process of implementing that. So I'm not surprised that there's an impact on the amount of time it's taken us to handle cases.
Things still shoot for the work from home. That's what it's showing.
Yes, sir. It does show that our team has worked effectively from home. The prosecutors remind me that all the time when I talk to them.
How do y'all communicate when you work from home?
Teams is a very useful
Okay.
time,
Set
Teams and
hours
emails. everyone has certain hours. We have remote work agreements for people so that we know when they're working, that's all approved through their manager and supervisor and ultimately me.
I think it's a great
There's
idea.
all kinds of, we have legal files. I know there's a lot of focus on the licensing system, but in enforcement, we have a case management system called legal files, which a lot of the data that you're looking at comes from that. And you can tell when people are working by looking in legal files to see if they're active working in legal files. You can tell when they log in. You can tell what cases they were on. I don't have any question about the productivity of my team. They're doing an awesome job.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you for
Thank you.
sharing with me and opening my eyes.
Okay, thank you.
It's very important. I mean,
Because
all
you're a
right, John.
dentist and you can't do it at home,
Yeah.
right?
I can't work at
Go
home. I
ahead.
gotta be.
Are there any questions for John on this side?
Yeah, I was gonna ask if there's any questions for IT, any further questions for field inspection, RPM, based on their
Anything,
staff
let's, yeah,
reports?
because we are going long, I want to wrap this down to a head. Is there any commissioners' questions? Outstanding job. Anything else? No. Okay, all right, Mike.
I think that we also have Sharon that can bring in any HR questions. I think she's got an HR report there in the event that you want to ask her questions. She's
We'll hold
available
off for
as well.
exec for you. Is that great? Perfect. All right, anything else?
Chairman, I also believe Commissioner Butler had a topic he wanted to speak to the Office
Okay.
of General Counsel about. We could provide, if you still would like to speak about that issue.
What did you want?
What was it?
It was regarding an open records matter.
Me?
Yes, sir.
Use slow, small words. He doesn't know what you're saying. Use small.
Slow down.
Never mind.
I think we're good. I think we're good.
Bring me up to speed.
I think
I,
Thanks, guys.
I hear.
Okay, we're good. All right.
And I
we're
think
on the
that
same,
takes-
same wavelength then.
Yeah, I think
Anything else,
that,
Mike?
that wraps up the division reports. And so we can move to the next agenda item, which is executive. I don't have much, just simply, I think as you already know, that we have promoted Eric Beverly to Deputy Executive Director, and of course Doug Jennings to General Counsel. I will tell you that we had a great pool of applicants, and pretty much had the same individuals involved in the interview process, and there was some stiff competition. So we're pretty pleased at the ones that we selected. We're pretty pleased at the applicant pool that we received. And so we do want to congratulate Doug Jennings as our new general counsel.
Thank you.
And of course, Eric Beverly as our deputy executive director. As Christina Kaiser mentioned, she's now in the process of getting applications, to start the process of getting interviews set up for the director of field inspection, which is going to replace Eric Beverly. So he's leaving back some big shoes to fill, but we know that the next person that we bring in will be sufficient to be able to handle all of that job. We are in the process right now of doing what we call, what used to be known as the Bill Implementation Team, which is a BIT. I think you remember before, we talked to you about a Center of Excellence on how we're now doing the Center of Excellence, and through that, we're doing our implementation. So we're in the process of that. When you get the report or our update in a bit by Stephen Bruno, you'll notice that we have a lot of things going on in that bill implementation, or the COE. The vet board you know about. I do want to give recognition to our government relations team. The last time we met was in March, and so we have since finished session, got out of it, and I can tell you that, as usual, Steve Bruno, Jeff Copas did an outstanding job in helping us in the government relations side of getting some bills passed. You know, they get some late night calls from staff, legislative staff, legislators, and saying, I'm thinking about doing this, what does that do to you? And they can provide that information, and then they also work with the governor's office, Gabe De Ochoa, who was sitting in the back, work with him extensively on legislation. And it's not just when session ends, and we got the veto period, where they're constantly talking to the governor's office about, okay, this particular bill, what does it do to you, and everything. We did have a couple of bills that were vetoed, which of course will be mentioned. But the government relations team did an outstanding job. Julie Davis, who was with us also in our government relations team, she's left. She's now over at the Office of Public Utility Counsel as kind of a special advisor, chief of staff to their executive director as well. And so I do want to thank the government relations team for what they did. I think that's all I've got. I wrote down some stuff in here, but I think I got most of it there.
All right. Anything else?
I want to say thank you to Steve.
Great job.
Yes.
All right. Are we done, Mike?
I'm done with my part.
I think we're Okay, we're going to, Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to go in exec session, and then we'll come back for an adjournment here. Do we have to walk to Kansas to go to exec session, or can we do
No,
it close?
no, sir. I think we can head just across the hall.
Okay, that.
I just want to make it very clear that we are resuming the executive session from earlier.
Exactly.
Exclusively to address item D3.
Right, and the time is 2:12. We will reconvene back here, I'm gonna say 2:45. And we'll kind of go from there. Commissioners, lunch. Christina has made the sandwiches in the room right there, so grab it and we'll go to the meeting, okay? Executive session.
just, I don't know if we're actually on. Yeah, we are. Never mind. Go right ahead. We are.
There are no items on executive session. Is there anything else?
Pizza,
I will take a motion. Huh?
pizza.
We still have the, next meeting date, which is scheduled for October.
October 10th?
October 10th, I'm sorry.
October 10th is the next meeting date.
And then the agenda item.
Yes.
What was the reason? We had it first somewhere second or something, we moved
It was
everything?
I don't know, I'm not sure, but we'll talk about it. Is there anything else?
And then just any agenda items for the next meeting. And then we'll move on to the other item, unless, the last item that we have on there is the, kind of the legislative update, the licensing system update. I don't know if commissioners wanna take that up now, if you wanna push that off to our October meeting. I know that we're already running at 3:30, so I don't, it's whatever.
Have
the will
more
of the commission.
information.
With your permission, can we wait till October?
Yeah, we'll have
Can we
more,
wait till
we'll
October?
have more information.
Is that okay? Perfect, okay. Anything else, Mike?
Can we talk to John a little bit, trying to think, should?
Oh, come on,
Absolutely.
Sujeet.
You're welcome to talk to John and give John all kind of grief. With my permission. Good luck, John. Anything else?
I think that'll be it. So in the next meeting, we'll have the 88th session wrap up, legislative budget process, finance overview, new licensing system update. Also with that with the finance, we'll also probably bring in now the procurement. And I think that I found out, Brandy was telling me that if we have commissioners sign NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, then they can be looking at the RFP.
Perfect.
As well. And so we'll try to work through that, hammer it out, so we have it ready for the next meeting for everybody. And that way you can take a look at the RFPs and stuff. Just be aware that by our next meeting, we may very well either have the RFP out or it's ready to go out. Just FYI.
Can I add something? Also, if you wish to, put a conflict of interest too, right there, NDA, conflict of interest. Apart
Okay.
from,
Yeah,
whatever it is.
we'll have GC take a look at that also. It's conflict of interest as well.
Okay.
So, but yeah, we can push that out till next.
This isn't Washington DC. We're not Biden.
All right, Mr. Butler. All right, anything else?
I think that covers the agenda.
All right, anything else?
I think you covered everything.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You all were discussing the workers for licensing. Did you want to appoint that or just?
It
Yes, I will
sorry.
tell you after we adjourn. I'll let you know who the 3 people
It
are.
has been appointed. so
Okay.
I'll let-
Roger that? All right. Anything
That's
else?
it.
Thank you, Mr.
Dr.
Chair.
Weston?
Had a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second,
All in favor, say aye.
aye,
Opposed?
nay.
Motion
Kidding.
carries.
Like somebody else. Good